Hello and welcome to the channel, my friends. It's Thunderbob here, and tonight we are going to talk about a franchise that is very close to my heart. Resident Evil. This is a series that has basically been there from my earliest gaming days. A series that has grown with me over the years, reinventing itself with each new release and with each new generation. Of all of the game series I have enjoyed over the decades, Resident Evil has the most impressive release cadence, while also maintaining a very high level of quality, with just a few missteps over the years. I've been playing these games at release for nearly 30 years now, but I've come to realize that while I've replayed a few of the games many times, like Resident Evil 4, there are a few that I've not played since that original release date many years ago, and there are at least two mainline games that I never actually completed. So my plan is to replay every mainline release in the series, including all of the numbered titles and the remakes. And I'm going to throw in Code Veronica and Revelations 1 and 2, even though it's debatable if those are mainline games. I'm going to play through the games in release order, and then put together a review and retrospective for each game individually. I intend to contrast my memories and feelings playing these games originally, years and decades ago, against how the games hold up today. I'm going to play through these games on the PC where available, and for the older titles with graphical mods to try to play these in the best possible light today. When I'm done with the entire series, I want to do a final video with my overall thoughts on the series and a ranking of all of the games. And a warning here, there will be some spoilers, but let's go ahead and get started. And tonight we're going to be talking about the original Resident Evil. The original Resident Evil was released in April of 1996 in the US, though I didn't get to play it for at least a year after that. To start with, we should probably put into context how and when I played that original Resident Evil. So, I grew up with a hand-me-down NES in the early 90s, but I really got into gaming when I received a Super Nintendo for the Christmas of about 1993. Mario, Donkey Kong, Zelda, Metroid, NES. These were the characters that introduced me to gaming. Not long after the next generation started, I begged my parents for a new console. Around Christmas of 96 or 97, it's a little bit hazy, they finally relented, and they asked me what I wanted, a PlayStation or a Nintendo 64. Do you remember how you could rent consoles back in the day? So, my parents actually let me rent a PlayStation 1 weekend and a Nintendo 64 a different weekend, and I rented Resident Evil among a few other titles. To say that I was amazed by Resident Evil would be an understatement. I have these vivid memories of the game. My dad was behind me watching me from the recliner reading his newspaper. He wasn't much of a gamer, but he would sometimes help me if I was stuck or comment on the game I was playing. Resident Evil was one of the first times I can remember him actually being interested in the game I was playing. Between the live-action footage, the more cinematic experience, and just how scary it all seemed, he actually became pretty involved. So in my memories, I remember walking through this mansion, avoiding zombies, with my dad at my side. I lost both of my parents a couple years ago, but it's nice to return to memories like this. And I think it's one of the reasons I've been returning to these older games from my youth. I'm chasing that nostalgic feeling of my dad sitting behind me on the couch, feigning interest and commenting on the game I'm playing. Now, I'm pretty sure I beat the game that weekend I rented it, but the only way that was possible is because the rental company was nice enough to provide a hand-printed guide with item locations and tips. Otherwise, I don't think my not quite teenage years would have any way to beat this. So in my memory, the game looks so real. The characters are so alive and vivid. The story is so gripping. This was my first exposure to the next generation of consoles. And if you grew up at this time, this was a pretty huge advancement. We went from 2D games to 3D games. I had never really experienced anything like this before. Now let's jump ahead 30 years into the future. I'm playing on a modded copy of the PC version of the game with HD textures, and this is basically the most optimized and best looking of the version you can play today. While some of the artwork still holds up, overall the graphics are quite archaic, even with these mods. However, I think the thing that most holds up is the atmosphere. I think that's why I remember physically walking through the mansion like it was a dream or something. This game has such a foreboding, isolating atmosphere. Except for a few moments, you're on your own in this mysterious mansion. You're left to your own devices to figure out what's happening and how to escape. The music and sound design also adds a ton to this element, and it's something that the series has maintained into the future games. The voice acting and characters are pretty bad, looking back on this game, but at the time it seemed pretty revolutionary, just hearing these characters' voices. Some of these lines are so bad that they've become iconic.
Jill, here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking, take it with you.
While the later games in the series maintained a certain level of cheese, I'm looking at you, giant statue of Salazar in Resident Evil 4. The first game has more of an unintentional cheese factor, rather than the intentional cheese of the later titles. Alright, let's take a couple of minutes and talk about the structure of this game. You start out by either picking Chris Redfield or Jill Valentine, and with each playthrough being a little bit different, you're a member of the STARS Elite Response Squad of the Raccoon City Police Department. You're dispatched to investigate the Arklay Forest and a series of cannibalistic murders that have been discovered. Soon you're attacked by these monstrous dogs and you flee into the mansion. The mansion is an amazing setting, and this opening is such an iconic moment in gaming. You start out really weak with just a pistol, and you often need to avoid enemies rather than taking them on. You explore 2 levels of the mansion, weaving from one end to the other, getting lost, solving puzzles, finding so many goddamn keys, placing gems and moving boxes. You even fight a giant snake. And you progress into the courtyard, and there's some puzzles involving raising, lowering of water. Then you reach the guardhouse, and you avoid some bees and spiders. You fight a giant plant, and for some reason there are sharks here? What the hell is that about? Then you briefly return to the mansion, and you have a rematch with that snake before you head underground. Somewhere in here, the zombies are replaced by hunters that are a bit more aggressive, but they still go down pretty easy, because at this point in the game, you've got a lot more firepower. You make your way through the underground tunnels until you end up in the Umbrella Secret Labs, and you discover Wesker was the traitor the whole time. Who would have thought? It's the guy who wears his sunglasses all the time.
Just as I thought.
You fight the Tyrant, and you get a chance to rescue the other playable character. Along the way, you may have discovered the fate of some of the other STARS members, and even helped some of them. And depending on the choices you made along the way and which characters you're playing as, it can subtly change the ending. Each location is well designed and adds something, but personally the mansion is a favorite of mine. It's the most real location, with such a smart layout that slowly unfolds and expands as you explore like a little puzzle box. Let's talk puzzles, by the way. The puzzles here can be frustrating at times, but not necessarily because they're hard. More because they're artificially complicated by the limited inventory. You get 6 spots playing as Chris and 8 for Jill, and Jill almost feels like an easy mode in the original game. The problem is that everything requires an inventory slot. Weapons, ammo, keys, the ink to save your game, and other story-related items. An example of an annoying puzzle comes to mind. You come to this room where you need to move a pillar to the middle of the room using a crank. I solved this puzzle rather quickly, but I realized that I had no inventory slots to pick up the item. So I went back to the box and dropped off the crank and returned, only to realize that the puzzle room resets when you leave, and I needed the crank again. So I ran all the way back to the box again. This time I had to pick up the crank and make another spot in my inventory free, and then return to the puzzle again, finally pick up the item so I can progress the story. This is exacerbated in some areas, as you want to avoid zombies and enemies at times, so you'll leave some alive, but now you're running back and forth from the item box to the puzzle location, avoiding enemies. Sometimes these safety rooms, the item boxes, are not in the most useful spots either. Later games in the series solved the inventory problem in different ways. Sometimes they would have a separate inventory for keys and other story-related items. and in some games it was just larger inventories. I'm fine with the inventory Tetris for your survival tools, but it could be annoying when you're juggling so many key items and it forces a lot of unnecessary backtracking. Now let's get to the elephant in the room. Tank controls. The controls of these early Resident Evil games have received some hate for being stiff and unwieldy and difficult. Now there are two reasons in my mind why the game has tank controls. First off, you're given limited movement during combat because this is not an action game, but rather a horror game. Later games provided more mobility and tools, and started to become a bit more actiony than the original trilogy, which is really largely straight horror. You're meant to feel weak and vulnerable, and a single misstep can mean death. The other reason is these games have fixed camera angles, because the backgrounds are essentially detailed 2D backdrops. The characters and enemies are pixels drawn over the top of these backdrops. Your character controls like a tank, so that up always moves you forward, so as the camera shifts, you continue to hold that button and maintain momentum. It takes some time to adjust, but after a few minutes, it becomes pretty easy. So, final thoughts. We've talked about the graphics, the sound, we've walked through the story, the puzzles, the gameplay. Let's get to my final thoughts. Resident Evil is a special game to me because of the memories I have playing it with my dad. It returns me to a simpler time that I yearn for today, and I find it so hard to recapture. This game feels a bit like a prototype for the later games in the series, as it introduced nearly every mechanic that the series still relies on to this day, but almost every one of those aspects, except perhaps the atmosphere, has been improved upon and expanded in the later titles. Is Resident Evil worth playing today? Overall, it still holds up pretty well, but I could see the need for a remaster. Not another remake, but take this original game and actually make it a little bit more playable today. I'm playing with a heavily modded version that improves the graphics and adds a few small quality of life improvements, and I fear that it may still be pretty inaccessible for new players to the series. And this is perhaps the only game in the series that I feel like the remake is simply a better version and largely replaces the need for the original game. They're similar enough in setting, tone, control, that you may be better served simply starting with the remake if you want to play the series rather than picking up the original. However, if you want to see where the series began, or if you played this as a child and you want to revisit the series, it is still totally playable today, and I would recommend checking it out still. Well, thank you for watching, everybody. If you enjoyed this, please do like, subscribe, drop a comment with any thoughts, and keep an eye out for future reviews as I will be going through the entire series over the next couple of months. And tonight we'll be discussing one of my favorite games in the series,
Resident Evil 2.
So to start with, let's talk about my history with Resident Evil 2. If you watched the last video, you will remember that I played the first Resident Evil game while renting a PlayStation console around Christmas of 96 or 97. I ended up getting the Nintendo 64 and not a PlayStation for Christmas that year, and that meant my options for additional Resident Evil titles were pretty limited. That was until Capcom decided to port Resident Evil 2 to the Nintendo 64. This was both the best and worst ways to play this game at the time. Somehow they managed to compress two 700 megabyte CDs into a single 64 megabyte cartridge. Some sacrifices were made. The entire game is here, but the cinematics were compressed substantially and look really grainy. The game itself is actually pretty good though, with an increased resolution, with use of the expansion pack, better character models, new costumes, and a randomizer mode, and a few other small improvements. By this time in my gaming life, I had moved my gaming system into my bedroom. It was no longer in the living room. So my dad was not as involved with my playthrough of Resident Evil 2 from my memory, though I can remember running out to the other room and like, oh, come look at this boss, come look at this ending, that kind of thing. So he was still there, but it was much more a solo experience this time. And I do remember being really impressed with Resident Evil 2. The intro in particular, running through Raccoon City and the increased number of enemies and just how apocalyptic everything was. Overall, I think I like the sequel more than the original, but at the same time, I was a little bit less impressed at the time because I kind of got over the newness of 3D gaming. I had a Nintendo 64 for a couple years at this point. I still really enjoyed the game, and for many, many years I considered it my favorite game in the series. Now, let's jump ahead and let's talk about how this game stacks up today after replaying it. So, playing the first two games back to back has given me kind of a unique perspective. Honestly, Resident Evil 2 is just a better game in every way over the original. The backgrounds are more detailed, the world is bigger, the story is presented in a much more serious tone, and the characters feel much more like real people. It takes everything that the first game introduced and expands and improves nearly every element. It has more weapons, more enemies on the screen, new types of enemies, way more bosses, upgrades for your weapons, more environments to explore, and more reasons to replay the game. I'm playing the PC release with HD mod again like the first game, which makes it look a bit more modern and also adds a few quality of life features like quick turn and skipping door loading. It did introduce one problem, which I was never able to fix. The controls always defaulted to like a kind of awkward layout, and if I close the game and reopen it, it would reset to that layout even if I changed it. So I ended up having to play through the game with kind of an awkward layout that's not the default control method. So if you have a solution for that, maybe drop me a comment below. Now let's go through a quick summary of the game and kind of how it's structured. And you begin the game by picking either Leon Kennedy or Claire Redfield. Claire Redfield being the sister of Chris Redfield from the first game, and Leon Kennedy being a new police officer entering the city for the first day as a Raccoon City police officer. And Claire is exploring the city looking for her missing brother, essentially, after the first game he went missing. They initially meet and then get separated, and they must navigate the city separately. This intro section where you navigate the city is one of my favorite apocalyptic gaming moments of all time. And I feel no game replicated it until the first 30 minutes of The Last of Us, which was about 15 years after this original game came out. You have to weave around the dead while exploring the ruined city. It's just a really fabulous opening to the game. And this leads you to the police station where you spend most of the game. And like the first game, you explore this large building broken up into multiple floors with a ton of locked doors and secrets. You find keys and puzzle pieces, and you slowly unravel the mystery of what happened to this place after the first game. Depending on the character you selected, you'll run into either Ada Wong or Sherry Birkin, and occasionally play as those characters. Before long, you start running into Lickers. It's a really iconic enemy that tracks you by sound and has this really long prehensile tongue. Just really an amazing enemy. You make your way through the basement and the parking garage, and there's a lengthy sewer section. You'll briefly switch characters in the sewer to either Ada or Sherry. And you even fight a goddamn alligator in the sewers. It's pretty awesome. You go through a factory and you ride on several different like trams and trains and until you reach another Umbrella research facility. Structured very similar to the first game, if you might notice. The lab introduces some new enemies like these skinless zombies from the first game and plant creatures, and depending on which playthrough you're on, you'll have a very different experience with different bosses and encounters, but they're all immensely fun. And after you beat the game, it leads you to replay through the game from the other perspective. Meaning if you started the game as Leon Kennedy, your second playthrough would be as Claire Redfield, and it would be a different experience. You're kind of mirroring the other player, and some doors you'd be unlocking that they weren't able to get into, and there's also times where you can decide to take or leave items for your other playthrough. It's just a really inventive and a good way to encourage you to replay through the game multiple times. And depending on the order you play through, it does change the game substantially. An example of this is Mr. X, who is a huge part of the remake, but does not make an appearance of the game until your second playthrough. So some bosses and side characters appear only in one playthrough, and your route through the game is different between the different playthroughs. To see everything, you really need to go through the game a total of 4 times. Luckily, each playthrough is pretty fast, and even my first playthrough was only about 4 hours long. I found the puzzles in the sequel here to be a lot less annoying than the first game, And there were fewer times where I was holding just a ton of items and looking for a box to drop them off. The flow is just a lot more smooth here. Item boxes were in smart locations. Also, both characters have 8 item slots this time, and they're just better locations for the item boxes. And when you get like a key item, it feels like you use it more quickly rather than in the first game you would sometimes find an item and just hold on to it for half the game. I will note that there is a lot more action in this game over the original. It's not quite to the level of later games. You know, Resident Evil 4, I think, is the one that really kicked off the action of the series, and then 5 and 6 obviously kind of went too far into the action side of things before it kind of got pulled back in the remakes and in the sequels after that. But this is like, you can kind of see the first kind of inkling of that action element. There's a lot more ammunition and a lot more tools to beat the enemies. There's a lot more enemies on the screen at one time. And in a lot of cases, they encourage you, like there are rooms that you have to clear basically before you can proceed, unless you're just really good at avoiding zombies. So you'll enter a room and there's like 6 zombies coming at you, and you really just have to kill them. Whereas the first game, you could almost avoid all of the zombies. And it seemed like you were kind of encouraged to do so. And the controls are largely the same as the first game, with just a couple of minor changes. One is, depending on the version of the game you're playing, there is an auto-aim option, which my understanding also was in the director's cut of the first game, though that is not the game that I grew up playing. And overall, the game is just more detailed. It has larger environments than the original. And with the HD mod, it looks really good. I think the backgrounds here really, the HD and the up-resing effect just really makes it pop and look great. It doesn't compare, obviously, to the remake. That is 20-something years in the future. But I think this game, for what it is, still looks really nice today. And I need to make note, the audio and sound design are spectacular here. I can close my eyes and identify almost every room just by the background sounds. The whirl of a fan, the moaning of the zombies, the tinkle of glass as you step on it. And this game probably has the best safe room music in the entire series, in my opinion, and it just sets such a mood. The story overall is presented in a much more coherent fashion, and it's a lot deeper. The voice acting is much improved from the first game, and it comes across as real people having a conversation, rather than the stilted, cheesy dialogue from the original game. Now, there's still some cheese here in the story and dialogue, but it's dialed way back from the original, for better or worse. Some people really dig that cheesiness.
Slow you down.
So, to sum up my thoughts, Resident Evil 2 is probably my favorite of the classic Resident Evil games. It takes everything that the original introduced and refines and expands upon it. It sands off some of the rough edges, but keeps it scary and tense. It did not reinvent the series like some of the later titles, but it did polish the game and perfect that classic formula. It gave me more reason to replay the game and made each playthrough feel unique. I really love the location, the story, and the atmosphere of the game. Should you play this game today? I think the answer is yes, and I think unlike the first game, Resident Evil 2 is worth playing today over the remake or in addition to the remake, because the remake changed enough. It changed the style, you know, it went to third person, it doesn't have the fixed cameras. It is a very different game. So, unlike Resident Evil 1 and the Resident Evil 1 remake, which were very close in tone and in the way it played and in the story and everything, Resident Evil 2 and its remake are pretty different. They're both great, I love them both, and I think it's worth playing both of them, to be honest. And this is still probably in my top 3 Resident Evil games to this day. This is a really fun game. I had to enjoy playing this again. And I'll end it there. If you like what I'm doing, like, subscribe, drop me a comment, and keep an eye out. I'll have another review up in probably a week or so. And today we'll be discussing Resident Evil 3, Nemesis. This is probably the game in the series I have spent the least amount of time on. Nemesis was released in 1999 and was the last mainline release on the original PlayStation. I can remember having a conversation with a friend after we played through Resident Evil 2, and we talked about how cool it would be to have a Resident Evil that let you explore the entirety of Raccoon City. And that's essentially what Resident Evil 3 is. I remember standing in Electronic Boutique, actually, before the release of the game and watching the trailer with the zombies attacking the police officers from the intro, and I was so excited that they had finally realized what we had been talking about. But I missed it at release. I didn't actually get to play Nemesis until the GameCube version many years later, and that was because I was a Nintendo kid growing up. I had a Nintendo 64 and then a GameCube, and I only got to play these games either when I rented them or when they were released for the consoles I had. And by the time Resident Evil 3 Nemesis turned up on the GameCube, I was playing Resident Evil Remake 0 and 4, and this game felt pretty dated. It was kind of hard to go back to. And it's odd because graphics don't really mean much to me today. I can play a 30-year-old game and get a lot out of it still, but games were changing so fast back in the 90s and the early 2000s that it felt like if you were playing a last-generation game, you were really missing out. You know, nowadays there's very little difference between a game released today and one 5 or 10 years ago, but back then it seemed like things were changing so quickly. So now that I've actually got a chance to play the game again today and play it all the way through, I do regret skipping it back in the day. It is probably my least favorite of the original trilogy, but it still has a lot going for it. The first part of the game feels like the intro of Resident Evil 2, but stretched out for a considerably lengthier amount of time. It's my favorite section of Resident Evil 2, but it drags a bit too long here. They also reuse some of the areas and assets from that game, but you don't spend too much time there, and it's really fun to return to those areas. The game also feels a lot more linear at times than previous entries. You know, there's not a single location as large as the mansion or the police station. Rather, you're traveling across this big city and into multiple locations, and the city streets feel more like the main location. You generally explore an area and then move to the next, with only a few instances of backtracking across the city, rather than within a specific building. I both like and dislike this element. It makes the world feel larger and gives you a sense of scale to the destruction, but on the other hand, you don't really get to know a single location as intimately as those previous games. The game still looks good, and again, I'm playing with the HD mod, and it almost feels like a remaster. You know, each of the original trilogy game releases improved graphically over the previous, until they peaked with this game. And with the increased resolution and textures in the mod, it kind of reminds me a bit of those 3D pixel arts you would see in the 90s, and it gives me a good sense of nostalgia. While I think the game is graphically the best in the trilogy, I like the art direction and atmosphere of the mansion and the police station better. The sound design and music are also good here, though I do think Resident Evil 2 slightly edges it out. So let's go through the basic structure of the game. Unlike previous entries in the series, you do not select a starting character, but rather you play as Jill Valentine, returning from the original game, and this game explores her involvement during the initial outbreak in Raccoon City. The game starts out 24 hours prior to the events of Resident Evil 2 and covers some of the same ground. You start out in a warehouse and you explore several blocks of the city, venturing through the infested streets and into and through several buildings. Very early in the game, you're attacked by the titular Nemesis, a new tyrant enemy who shows up pretty frequently, and you just generally either need to deal enough damage or flee, and he'll be gone until the next scripted moment. If you end up defeating the boss, he drops different upgrade items and components for new weapons or things like multi-use first aid boxes. And soon enough, you are in the police station from Resident Evil 2, though you only spend a few minutes exploring before you leave again, but not before another encounter with Nemesis. And next up, you make it to the downtown area and explore several buildings, including a restaurant, office, gas station, and metro station. You're given some freedom in the order you explore these locations, which impacts where you encounter Nemesis. You meet Carlos, a Umbrella mercenary who states that they are there to help the civilians, and you end up teaming up with him to repair a cable car that will take you to safety. And it requires you to traverse back and forth across uptown and downtown several times, including accessing a construction site where you encounter a new enemy, the Deimos, which seems pretty similar to the Chimera from Resident Evil 1. and also a pharmacy where you get the final component to leave the
It's
area.
looking good.
So you get the cable car running, but Nemesis has other plans and does return and ends up crashing the cable car into the clock tower courtyard, separating Carlos and Jill. You explore the clock tower, which feels very reminiscent of the mansion from Resident Evil 1, though much smaller and more simplified. You do have another encounter with Nemesis before you summon a helicopter for rescue by ringing the bell tower atop the clock tower. But Nemesis destroys it, and Jill is infected with the T-virus.
Jill!
Carlos then finds a vaccine after exploring an Umbrella-run hospital, and saves Jill, who wakes up 3 days later. So this game ends up taking place both before and during the events of Resident Evil 2. Jill then searches for another means of escape from the city, and this brings her to the park and then a graveyard, where she runs into Nikolai, who reveals he is a supervisor there to gather data on the bioweapons. Jill fights a massive creature called the Gravedigger, and you learn the city will be destroyed soon. You explore a factory building full of the dead, and Jill has a final confrontation with Nemesis, and then she escapes by helicopter with Carlos. Does every game end with a helicopter rescue? So this game did try a few new things, when you compare it to the previous two titles. Unlike those games, there is only one selectable character, which kind of limits the replay value, though the game does introduce a few other elements to try to add some more replay value back in. Two elements come to mind. One is you get these choices periodically. At certain points, you'll have two choices on the screen, and it's usually when you're under attack from Nemesis, such as one might be fight on the street or run into the police station. And depending on what you choose, it impacts how the scene continues and how the game proceeds, and also it can impact the ending you receive. There's also some random elements in the game, like what enemies will spawn in certain locations. It might be a group of zombies, or it might be a group of dogs. Also, some of the ammo and herb locations are semi-random, and also the order that you collect some of the weapons in the game can be randomized. These features are nice so that each playthrough is a bit different, but the variations here are smaller than the A and B playthroughs from Resident Evil 2, and overall didn't really give me enough incentive to play through the game multiple times. Nemesis still retains the traditional tank control, but it does feel a bit snappier. You move faster out of combat, and also enemies feel more aggressive. You also have a new dodge move, but it feels a bit janky to me, and I found it somewhat unreliable. I also found myself getting dodge locked, where I'd repeatedly dodge attacks, but I would not have enough time to actually return fire. The game also throws a lot of enemies at you, but you generally have enough ammo to deal with them, and the game veers into action territory. It kind of follows the same trajectory of 1 to 2, and then 2 to 3, each game adding a bit more action, a bit more combat, and slowly creeping into the territory of the later games like Resident Evil 4 that were much more action and combat focused. This game also introduced ammo crafting using material you find in the world. This lets you add specific materials together and create the type of ammo you desire, and lets you control to some extent how you play the game. Several of the later games in the series actually utilize this system as well. And the biggest element that this game added over the previous is actually the Nemesis, and it adds a twist to the old formula. While not as omnipresent a threat as Mr. X is in the Resident Evil 2 remake, and only appearing at certain scripted moments, they happen frequently enough to keep the game tense. There is perhaps the most interesting addition to the game, but it also can be frustrating. Later in the game, he becomes more spongy and requires a lot of ammo if you want to take him out for the drops, while also having some annoying one-shot kill moves where he'll knock you down and then has a high chance to pick you up and murder you. The rate of the encounters with him toward the end of the game is also a bit much. I feel like every 2 minutes from the clock tower onward I would have a fight with him, and because the focus is on Nemesis, there's really only one other boss in the entire game. Now let's talk about the puzzles in this game. I did not really like the puzzles here, and they largely fall into two categories, either very simple or random trial and error. You either have these really simple puzzles that you just have to pick the right tool, such as the lighter, the lockpick, or use the right key to proceed. But several of the puzzles later in the game, like the painting puzzle in the clock tower, or the water sample puzzle in the factory, feel a bit tedious. Some of these I couldn't figure out the trick to the puzzle other than just rote trial and error of every combination of object you receive. And because some of these puzzles have random elements, you can't even look up a solution. You just have to try every sequence of items until just randomly you get it right. And most of the time, the puzzle item and where you need to use it are in the same building or location. The few exceptions to this are when you're in the downtown area and you need to get the pieces together to get the cable car moving. You end up running back and forth between a bunch of different buildings and districts a few times. And because the area is more spread out in this game than the previous, and the respawning enemies, the backtracking can become a bit tiresome. The other issue with the puzzles is how random they feel. In the previous game, there was some in-game lore reason why you needed to move a random piece of art over a pressure plate to open a door. It wasn't a very good reason, but there was a reason that existed. In this game, there is a puzzle to open the entrance to City Hall that comes to mind, and you open it by putting gems into a nearby clock. Another one has you put a compass into the hands of a statue of the mayor, and it reveals a secret compartment with a battery. Who built these things? For what purpose? Why is there a random battery in this statue? It has that old school game logic that you just kind of have to go with at times, but it just doesn't really make sense to me. So, my final thoughts. I'm glad to have finally played all the way through this classic Resident Evil, and I did enjoy this game, though it is my least favorite of the original trilogy. It feels slightly less polished and less focused, kind of like a B team worked on this while the main team had moved on to the next generation. The game pushes the action element, but sacrifices some of the atmosphere. It's fun exploring the large city, but no single location feels as realized as the mansion or the police station. The flow of the game can be tedious at times, with a lot of backtracking across large maps, and mediocre and frustrating puzzles. And Nemesis is both the game's greatest strength, but also the thing that holds it back, because of overuse and repetition. Nemesis is about as short as the previous games, but has less reason to replay, because of the lack of selectable characters, or differing playthroughs, and the random elements don't really make up for it. So overall, I can recommend playing this if you enjoyed the previous games, but it's probably the low point from this era for me personally. So I'm going to end the video there. Again, thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this, please consider liking, subscribing, and drop me a comment with any thoughts, and I will strive to have another video out here in maybe a week or so. Thanks again. Tonight we're going to be talking about Resident Evil Code Veronica. This was a 1999 Dreamcast release, and was the first Resident Evil released for that new generation of consoles. This is a game that I had limited exposure to growing up. I remember reading an article about it at the time in a magazine, and they were pushing it as the next mainline game in the series, but I was suspicious because it wasn't a numbered entry like the games that had preceded it. Around Christmas of '99, I had a choice from my parents of getting a new PC or a Dreamcast, and I ended up choosing the PC, missed out on this game for many years after that, but I did end up getting Half-Life and StarCraft, so I guess it was a win for me that Christmas. I ended up picking up a GameCube a few years later, and I got the Code Veronica port, and I played it. I didn't beat it, like Zero, if you watch that video. I got a few hours into it, and it just wasn't clicking with me. I was playing Resident Evil Remake, Resident Evil 0, and 4 at that time, and Code Veronica just felt a bit archaic by that point, even just a few years later. And I think I fell off it for a couple of reasons. The main one probably is just the difficulty. Not necessarily the combat, but more the complexity of the game. This is a big game with a ton of puzzles, and it's very easy to get stuck. It's also very easy to soft lock yourself, where you don't bring the right item or the right weapon, and you basically have to load an old save or just start over. I think that's what happened. I think I got stuck somewhere, and I just gave up on it. It was also a bit archaic by the time I was playing it. Resident Evil Remake and Zero were all fixed camera angles like this, but seemed so much more advanced than this game. And I was playing Resident Evil 4, I think, at the time, and that's just a whole nother generation ahead of this. And it makes it harder to go back. I mean, today, I'm a lot more forgiving, and I can go back and play these games and kind of respect them for what they were doing at the time. But I feel like I was less forgiving in my teen years for older games. If it wasn't on the new game system I just got, it wasn't worth playing in my eyes. So now, 2 decades later, I'm finally finishing this game. And I do want to mention to start with, I'm a little bit late on this video. I was attempting to go through the series chronologically. I ended up having some trouble getting this game running optimally, and I skipped it, and I went ahead and I played the Resident Evil Remake and Zero, and then I finally got this working in a decent fashion, and I came back and I played through it. So it's skewed my my thoughts on these games a little bit, because I'm playing Zero and Code Veronica back to back, which are probably some of the weakest games in the series for me personally. They're not bad, but they're on the lower end of the scale. And it was a little bit of a trudge getting through these 2 games back to back. So I want to just take a minute here to talk about how I'm playing this today. I'm trying to play through these all on the PC, but Code Veronica never received an official PC port. It's never been re-released on PC. So initially I tried to play the PlayStation 5 version, which is basically, it's just the PlayStation 4 version, which is a re-release of the PlayStation 2 version with no graphical updates and a few problems of its own. And then I didn't really like the way it played and how it looked, and I wasn't able to get good footage of it, so I decided, let's try to emulate it. So I looked, there's been multiple re-releases of this. It seemed like the PlayStation 3 version was maybe the best option, because they redid the game, they up-res the graphics, they redid all the lighting in the game. The problem was, when I booted it up, it's very dark and muddy. For whatever reason, they give you a lighter pretty early on, and without that lighter, some of these areas are just pitch black, and it made for very terrible recordings for the video, and I didn't like the look of it. Like, they up-resed it to some extent, but it actually looked inferior to the GameCube or Dreamcast version, in my opinion. So then I ended up doing more Google searching, and I found actually that someone had taken the GameCube version and redone every texture in the game. And so I installed Dolphin emulator, and I installed this texture pack, and then I pushed the graphics basically up to about 4K, and it looks pretty good. It's not as complex as that PlayStation 3 version. The lighting is more simplistic, but it's not dark and muddy, and I could actually see what's happening. So if you're wondering how to best play this today, unless they've come with a remaster or remake since this video was put together, I would recommend that GameCube version through Dolphin, with the texture packs and with the resolution bumped as hard as you can with your computer. And I gotta say, even with all the effort I put in to get the best looking and playing version, this is still a bad looking game. In fact, I would say I like the look of the original trilogy better than this game. The main culprit is this game retains the fixed camera angles of the earlier era, but it's the first game to use 3D polygonal backgrounds instead of detailed 2D backgrounds. The textures and the level of detail feel severely reduced, even though this game was released a generation after the original trilogy. It just comes across as very simplistic when you compare it to the streets of Resident Evil Nemesis and the insane amount of destruction and clutter filling the streets. It just feels very basic here. And the only real benefit they get from switching from the 2D backdrops to these 3D backdrops is now the camera will sometimes shift with you instead of bouncing from one static position to another. So as you're moving through a scene, the camera will actually kind of dynamically move. You can't control it, it's all still fixed, but the camera will move along with you. Most of the time it is fixed angles, but this does happen occasionally. And I gotta say, the trade-off just really is not worth it. When you look at what Capcom was able to accomplish with Resident Evil Remake and Resident Evil Zero, those games just look beautiful, those pre-rendered backgrounds, especially when you up-res them with today's HD remaster on the PC. Resident Evil Zero is arguably one of the best looking games in the series, and it's 20 years old. And this game is only 3 years older, and it looks like garbage. I don't think the Dreamcast was powerful enough to replicate the look and feel of those older Resident Evil games with 3D environments. And I think Resident Evil 4 is probably the first game in the series to make the argument for the retirement of those fixed camera angles and the 2D backgrounds from those previous games. Now, the gameplay is very similar to the other titles of this era. It has tank controls, limited camera movements. I would say the game continued the trajectory from those previous games and is pushing more action than horror. There are a lot of enemies on the screen here, and at times you really feel like you need to clear some of the rooms to proceed. When you are firing a pair of submachine guns at 2 enemies at the same time, it does feel pretty badass, though. There are still moments where you can run around enemies and a few situations where you're weaponless and you have no choice, but overall the level action here is pretty high. Now let's talk about the story and the structure of the game. There's a lot here. I'm going to try to go through this pretty quickly. But you start as Claire Redfield, who is captured at the start of the game in a really ridiculous cutscene. She then wakes up inside an umbrella prison on a remote island that's been attacked and overrun by zombies and other bioweapons. You then explore the prison. You meet this 17-year-old kid named Steve, perhaps the most annoying character in the history of the Resident Evil series.
Wait, don't shoot. Sorry about that little misunderstanding, but I thought you were another one of those
Shut up. Make one wrong move and I'll shoot.
Relax, beautiful. I said I was sorry. My name's Steve.
There's some freedom in the order that you explore these areas, as the game is broken up into several connected locations, and the items that you're required to solve puzzles are spread across them, more so than in the previous games. So I explored a few areas of the prison, including a graveyard, a bunkhouse, and an annoying hall that makes you leave all of your metal items behind. And you end up dealing with this multiple times. It's pretty tedious. You cross a bridge, which leads to the palace. This feels like a classic Resident Evil mansion, but overall the 3D graphics here make it a downgrade to any of the similar locations in the previous games. You meet Alfred Ashford.
Redfield! How dare you interfere with my operation?
What are you talking about?
You let yourself be captured so you could lead your people to this base!
I have no idea what you're babbling about.
You don't fool me! I am Alfred Ashford, commander of this base.
Who is always pointing a rifle at you. And he reminds me of that guy from Jumanji, you know, the one that was always chasing Robin Williams. You watch this really creepy video of 2 twins that is maybe the scariest moment in the entire game. You solve some puzzles here, and you ride a freaking submarine. This takes you to an airport, which you briefly explore, raising an elevator where these zombies attack you in a cool moment. The areas all feel pretty small, and you can only access a limited amount of the rooms before you need to backtrack with some newly found item. I went back toward the prison, but found the entrance to the military training facility. And after another run-in with Alfred, you explore several levels of this facility, and you run into a new enemy, the Bandersnatch. These stretchy assholes show up a lot in the game, and I just generally try to run from them as they're pretty slow, but they do have very long stretchy arms, and sometimes they do catch you. And from the training facility, you make your way to the Residence, which is this creepy Norman Bates-style psycho mansion that is maybe the best looking area in the game. You meet Alexia, who appears to be Alfred's twin sister, and they're the same creepy kids from that video you watched earlier. There's also some weird notes you find, and kind of a weird, sick incest vibe I got from these 2 weirdos. You weave your way back and forth between the prison, the palace, the airport, the residence, a few more times, trying to find a method for escape. And you find out that Alexia might not be real, but rather Alfred is cross-dressing as his sister. Finally, you get an airplane running and you escape just before the island is destroyed. But in the air, you have a boss fight against the Tyrant, like something right out of Aliens. You blow the tyrant out the back of the plane, but then the plane is controlled by an outside force, and it crashes into an Antarctic base. That is an umbrella base that is also surprisingly overrun by zombies and other creatures already. You explore the abandoned facility and run into these really annoying moths. This might be the most annoying enemy in the game. They poison you. They also infect you with these larvae that after a couple of minutes will hatch and poison you. You can kill them, but they respawn frequently. So every time you go through this hall, which, by the way, is right outside of the save zone, you're probably going to get poisoned unless you run really fast and are able to avoid them. You eventually find a way to escape and reach another base, but you're attacked by another boss, the Nosferatu. Alfred shows up, and it turns out that his sister is real, but she's been in cryostasis or some other such nonsense. Claire and Steve are attacked, and then the game shifts to Chris Redfield's perspective, who's just arrived at the island that you had just left as Claire, and you basically have to do all this bullshit over again. And if you remember, this is only the second appearance of Chris in the mainline series at this point. He was in the original Resident Evil, and then he disappeared until Code Veronica. He's been in almost all the more recent games, but in this era, this would have been really exciting to me as a kid. I don't think I got this far. I'm pretty sure I didn't reach Antarctica or Chris's section as a kid, but it's pretty exciting seeing him in the game. So you show up on the island as Chris without much gear, but you find a item box pretty quickly, and somehow, even though Claire is on another continent, you have access to all of your gear, which is really nice. And you are back on the island, and you go back through many of the same areas that Claire has explored, but now the island has been destroyed, and there are new routes and some blocked areas. You do fight a giant worm called the Gulp Worm. That reminds me a lot of the Gravedigger from Resident Evil Nemesis. Also, there's an aquatic boss named the Albinoid that is probably the most annoying and also easiest boss in the game. It never attacks you, and the entire fight is just you moving around the outside of an enclosure, trying to shoot it without getting shocked. I don't know, it is just a bad fight. Like most of the boss fights in this game, just not a good fight. You eventually find out that Claire has already fled the island, but you manage to secure a fighter jet and follow after her. So Chris, maybe after an hour or two, reaches the Antarctic base. And again, you cover a lot of the same ground, but there are some new unexplored areas. And you fight a giant spider, or you can avoid it. I actually just ran away from it, and I never had to fight it. A lot of the rooms here are now frozen, because when Claire escaped, she let a bunch of water into the base, and now there's ice and water everywhere. And you find a few rooms that are eerily similar to the mansion from Resident Evil 1, including a one-for-one recreation of the main hall, and a duplicate of the residence from the earlier island. So finally, after a couple of games and a bunch of off-screen searching, these siblings are finally reunited, and Claire potentially was poisoned. In my run, she was during the Nosferatu fight, and Chris has to make a quick run and get a potion for her, a cure for her, and then, like always happens, they get separated. They get attacked by Alexia, and Wesker's there. It's a pretty cool fight scene. Claire actually has a run-in with Steve, and you have to fight him. He gets mutated into like a Hulk-like creature that I've heard is a really hard fight. For me, I literally just ran away from him, and he died. It wasn't very difficult. And then in the same exact moment, it's kind of happening concurrently, Chris is observing a fight between Alexia and Wesker, who showed up a few times throughout the game. And Wesker eventually kind of runs away. He's a punk here. And then you have to fight Alexia, and you take her down. And then you have a couple of additional fights against her. She's got like 3 different phases where she changes things up, and you have to fight her while Claire is setting up the thing that will kill her, basically. And after you beat Alexia, the island is being destroyed. There's a final showdown that you don't actually control at all. It's non-playable. A showdown between Chris and Wesker that really sets up the eventual rematch in Resident Evil 5. And finally, Chris and Claire escape together and vow to take down Umbrella. Cue up Resident Evil 5. So I've read that this game is the most difficult game in the series, but I didn't have as much trouble as I was expecting. Early on, I found the knife was very powerful and used it on many of the earlier enemies, and ended up with kind of a glut of ammunition by the end. There are a few points where the game forces you to switch characters, and I've read that you can soft lock yourself, like if you don't leave the right weapons in the item box when you get transferred over to Chris. Like, the game gives you a no warning. So if you had picked up all your best weapons on Claire and it switches over, yeah, you could kind of screw yourself, and you'd have to go back pretty far to fix this problem. And there are a few situations like that where the game just suddenly shifts perspective and you don't have any time to make sure your characters have the right items. There's also, later in the game, fewer and fewer save rooms, it feels like, and they're spread apart and just not in great areas. And you can lose some progress by either dying or just like not having the right setup in the place you need it. I'd also say a lot of the enemies are annoying, like more annoying and hard. More annoying than hard or scary. And it reminds me a bit of Resident Evil 0 in the same way, where there was like a bunch of new enemies introduced that were really bullet sponges, and they were just annoying. And I didn't really find any of the puzzles terribly difficult. What I did find difficult was figuring out where to use the many kind of story-related items the game gives you. There are times where, you might have 6 different progression-related items in your storage box with no clear idea where you need them. And I did end up consulting a guide a few times where I'm just like, I don't know where to go from here. This is a very complex, crazy game. And I find that's probably why I fell off it as a kid. They'll give you so many items, and almost every time you'll find an item, in the palace, and you realize you need to take it to the very beginning of the prison that you woke up in, and then that opens up and gives you an item that you need to take to the airport, which is on the other side of the palace, and you go back and forth. It's just a frustrating amount of backtracking in this game. There are like 4 different areas open to you on the island that you're exploring at the same time, and they drip feed you these items. And nearly every time, it's a walk to the very far end of the facility to progress the story. And I ended up consulting a guide a few times, like I said. And I think the most frustrating thing is when you finally escape the island, you think, all this backtracking is over. You're in Antarctica. You're in the end game. You spend like an hour in Antarctica, only for the game to return you back to the island as Chris for like another 2 hours. And you explore the same areas again with the same problems in my mind. And it kind of just overstays its welcome. The puzzles themselves were pretty simplistic, though. Like the actual, pick the right thing here, it's almost always very simple. Doesn't require a guide for that, but knowing where to use the stuff it gives you, that's the hardest part. So the game does kind of overstay its welcome. It took me maybe 9 hours on my first playthrough. That was the longest game in the series up to this point, for sure. But it feels like there's just not enough content, enough unique locations, enough new mechanics to keep the game fresh for that long. I contrast this against Resident Evil 4, which is probably the longest game in the series, which is twice as long as Code Veronica at least. It continually introduces new areas, new enemies, weapons, while also having much more enjoyable combat. And I don't want that game to end. I can play that game for 15-20 hours, and I want to keep going. Whereas Code Veronica, I was done with it really before I even transitioned to playing as Chris. So I'm mixed on this game. I think the game looks terrible and is perhaps my least favorite game visually in the series. But the gameplay overall is fine. The moment-to-moment gameplay here feels pretty smooth, as long as you're used to the ping control. The game is overly large, complex, tedious, and frustratingly long. I would have preferred if they just let Chris show up at Antarctica, instead of revisiting the island and playing through that whole section again. The game can be difficult, but mostly it is because it's possible to softlock yourself, at certain points because the game does not telegraph when you're going to change characters or when you're moving into a boss fight. The story leans far into the silly origins of the series, but I think it crosses over into legitimate bad instead of fun bad. Overall, this is one of my least favorite games in the series, but I think it is a game that's ripe for both a remake and a remaster. It's rather difficult to get this game running today on PC, and the available options on consoles are not great. A faithful remaster, plus a full-blown remake to fix some of the more glaring issues, would be much welcomed here. Should you play this today? I would say it is skippable, unless you really want to see the backstory to Resident Evil 5, or your favorite aspect of the series is backtracking. So I'm going to end my review there. I do appreciate everyone who watches my videos, who leaves a comment, who likes or subscribes, and if you want to see more, I'll try to have another video up here in the next several weeks. Thanks again, and have a good night. And tonight we are going to be talking about the Resident Evil Remake. The Resident Evil Remake was released for the GameCube back in 2002, and was the first of several new and re-released Resident Evil games for that system. This was actually the first Resident Evil game that I owned, with all of the previous titles being rentals. I ended up buying every Resident Evil released on the GameCube over the next few years, and still have them today. I played this game a few years after I finished Resident Evil 2 for the Nintendo 64. I was in high school for sure by this point, and was a lot more independent by this age. I can remember staying up late, the lights out in my room, and slowly making my way through this terrifying game. Those memories are pretty hazy, but I do remember being amazed by the graphics and finding it more difficult than the previous titles in the series. I had largely become a PC player by this time and was less impressed by console games overall, but I do remember how incredible this game looked at release. And in my memory, the game is essentially photorealistic, and the character models just look like actors. The other memory is concerning the difficulty and how frightening the game was. In particular, the first time you come across a crimson head and how frightening and game-changing that aspect was to the series. I've always considered this game one of the harder entries, though we're going to see how that holds up as I make my way through the series again. Now that I'm playing this remake again 23 years later, I have to start out just by saying it really does hold up. I am playing the PC re-release from back in 2015. This re-release essentially took the original game and increased the resolution, though some of the backgrounds could be a bit sharper still. I've read that the original assets were lost and that this is the best that could be accomplished. There are some mods out there to improve the textures further, but I did not end up playing with them as I felt it looked adequate. It's really incredible to think that this game ran on the GameCube. How did they manage to make it look this good? It's kind of insane how much better this game looks than the 1996 original. The jump in visual fidelity in just 6 years is simply astounding. Think about this in comparison to modern games like The Last of Us. The original Last of Us was released on the PlayStation 3 in 2013, it was remastered for the PlayStation 4 in 2014, and then it was remade for the PlayStation 5 in 2022. If you put that original 2013 PlayStation 3 release against the 2022 remake, I can barely tell a difference. But when you compare Resident Evil 1 with the remake, it's like a completely different world. And part of this is due to the huge power increase between those two generations in particular, and how well Capcom was able to maximize the benefits of the fixed camera perspective. This is one of the last Resident Evil games to use a fixed camera perspective and 2D backgrounds. This allowed them to use incredibly detailed static 2D images for the backgrounds that really are not very taxing on the system, and then overlay more advanced lighting and particle effects, and use the extra processing power for very detailed character and enemy models. And this is a remake of the original Resident Evil. It's faithful in tone and atmosphere, but the actual layout, puzzles, enemies, and gameplay are a bit different. At first glance, the mansion appears the same, but as you explore, you slowly realize that what was previously a dead end is now a hallway, which substantially changes how you explore. Certain areas have been expanded, and in some cases, while the layout is similar, the improved fidelity makes them come across very different. Some areas have been changed a lot, like the Aqua Ring with the sharks, an entirely new boss in Lisa Trevor. And there are a few puzzles that share elements from the original, but nearly everyone is designed differently and in new locations. The game at times seems to try and subvert your expectations, introducing a similar moment from the original game, but changing it and how it unfolds. Overall, the structure of the game is very similar to the original. You pick either Chris Redfield or Jill Valentine, again members of STARS, an elite squad with the Raccoon Police Department, and you're dispatched to investigate the Arklay Forest and a series of murders. Gone is the live-action footage from the original, instead replaced by a cinematic that still holds up pretty well, though I really did love that live-action in the original. Stars is attacked by a pack of mutant dogs and forced to flee into the mansion. And the beginning section is very close to the original 1996 game, and soon enough you're left on your own to explore the mansion. Like the original, you start out pretty weak with just a pistol. You make your way through the different floors of the mansion, collecting keys, solving puzzles, avoiding zombies when possible. Early on, you find kerosene and a lighter, and you're introduced to your first Crimson Head. This is a new mechanic, and essentially, if you kill a normal zombie and their head is intact, they may return as a super fast and aggressive zombie variant. You either need to blow off the head or use kerosene to burn them prior to returning. Unfortunately, you can only hold 2 charges of kerosene at a time, and it requires 2 separate inventory slots for the kerosene and the lighter, so you really need to choose when to use it. This mechanic encourages you to avoid combat when possible. It honestly makes the game so much scarier. One of the other changes is that zombies can now follow you more distance and can actually open doors, though this happens pretty rarely. And continuing through the gameplay, you make your way through a courtyard, like the original, but it leads to a new puzzle involving death masks, which open a coffin where you encounter a Crimson Head. There's also a newly added graveyard where you obtain the Magnum and avoid some crows, and you find a cabin and encounter Lisa Trevor for the first time, a newly added childlike zombie boss. The other side of the courtyard leads to the guardhouse where, like the original, you avoid some bees, some spiders, you fight a giant plant, and you find a giant holding area full of mutant sharks. Again, why are there sharks here? For some reason, you end up draining a lot of bathtubs here as well. There's a tense moment where you find this hanging body. After you leave, you hear a thump as the body drops and the creature reanimates. You do spend a short time in the tunnels, just like the original, and you fight an even bigger spider this time. There are some puzzles here involving a crank to turn the tunnel like the original, and then you run from boulders. The further into the game, the more closely it resembles the original, in my opinion. And eventually you have another encounter with Lisa, though you mostly just need to avoid her. Then you go through some of the creepiest environments I think I've seen in the entire series. This odd doll room in particular stands out. Then you head back to the mansion, and you finally open this door under the stairs. This leads you to the real final encounter with Lisa, who is kind of presented as a rather tragic figure in the end. And you get to open up the secret entrance into the lab. The layout of the lab feels very similar to the original. You start out running into the skinless zombies and then chimeras. And the zombies here you want to kill and burn to avoid them returning as Crimson Heads, as you'll need to move through this area a couple of times carrying explosives. And running, getting hit, or firing certain weapons has a chance to set those explosives off and kill you. The Chimera can mostly just be avoided and don't really cause much trouble here. And you eventually get the elevator up and running, and you run into Wesker. And shocker, he is the villain, and Barry is being blackmailed to help him.
Rendezvous at the heliport.
You fight the tyrant, then leave, and you finally open the door to help Chris escape. This leads you to the heliport and a final confrontation with the tyrant before you escape the mansion, and the mansion is destroyed. The story is told in a more serious manner here, and the characters come across more believable this time. The voice acting is quite good, though there really isn't that much dialogue in the game. The classic Resident Evil cheese has largely been kept to a minimum here, and is replaced by a bit more serious gothic horror vibe. There's still some silly elements like the sharks, but they're played with a more straight face than the original. And the sound design is impeccable, with each enemy sounding quite menacing, and the music's also very fitting and sets a nice mood here.
Jill, use it. Kill it. Whatever.
Overall, while the structure of the mansion and the game is different, it manages to retain the vibe and tone of the original. The feeling of isolation and the foreboding atmosphere are pervasive, just like the original. And this remake still retains the tank controls like the previous games, but it does feel a bit tighter, and also formally introduced the quick turn mechanic. You also have a slot for daggers and a stun gun, which allows you to quickly stop zombies that attack you, but they are single-use items, and pretty much all of the weapons from the original game are here, and overall I felt like I had plenty of ammo after the first few encounters. By the end of the game, I had so much it was actually getting kind of tedious to pick up everything and deposit it. The game does feel more difficult than the original, largely because of the introduction of the Crimson Head and the need to pick and choose what zombies to kill and what to avoid. Enemies in general are also more dangerous, and you can go down in just a few attacks. I would say this is one of the more difficult games in the series, but it never really feels punishing or really hard, and as long as you take your time and plan ahead, it's not too difficult. As you get later in the game and you have a ton of resources, it does become easier, but the first section of the game is pretty tense. So, final thoughts. This is one of my favorite games in the series. Perhaps my favorite, though we'll see how it shakes out when I finish the entire series again. This is the gold standard that all remakes should strive to obtain, and it was done nearly 25 years ago. It retains the same feel of the original, while massively improving the graphics and the atmosphere. It streamlines a few elements and expands others in smart ways, without diluting what made the original work. If you're new to the series, I would suggest starting with the remake before playing the original, unless you have a particular interest in seeing how the series started. It is far more accessible and easier to get running, and will feel much more modern than the original. So I'll end it there. You should definitely check out the Resident Evil remake, and I do want to thank you for watching, everyone. If you enjoyed this, please like, subscribe, drop me a comment with any thoughts, and keep an eye out. I'll try to have a new video up in about a week or so. And tonight, we're going to discuss Resident Evil 0. This is a 2002 prequel that tells the side story of Rebecca Chambers before her involvement in the original Resident Evil. Capcom had long considered a prequel to the original, and this game was originally envisioned as a Nintendo 64 DD game, but with the failure of that system, it was changed to a standard Nintendo 64 cartridge. But as the generation came to a close, it was upgraded to the GameCube system, and was eventually released the same year as Remake, actually just a couple of months after Remake. I remember playing this after completing Remake, but before Resident Evil 4, and having mixed feelings on the game. Going back that far, my memories are a bit hazy, but I do remember that I really enjoyed the start of the game. The train setting in particular is one of the strongest in the entire series, but as you get deeper into the game, the locations were less appealing. I also remember the game being quite tedious, and there was a lot of backtracking caused by the decision to remove the item box from the game. I got stuck quite a lot, and I nearly gave up. I remember I kind of walked away from the game for a couple of months, but I do remember returning, and turning my GameCube on today affirms the fact I actually did beat this when I was a kid. I don't have a lot of specific memories on this, but I do remember an overall feeling of frustration at times. You know, I really loved Resident Evil Remake, and this felt like such a pivot from that nearly perfect remake. Now let's jump ahead 22 years or so, and I'm playing the Resident Evil 0 PC HD remaster, and the game just really looks beautiful. It even looks better than the Resident Evil remake, as they were able to recover the original textures in this case, and everything just looks really, really sharp. The train in particular is really impressive with some great lighting and shadows and all the moving objects. It looks really spectacular. And if it was released today, I would still be impressed. This was the final game in the series to utilize the fixed camera angles, and they really leveraged that here to make the game just really outstanding graphically. Now, the game largely plays the same as Remake, with the same tank controls and fixed camera angles, with just a few exceptions. And this is the game where they started to experiment with having two characters that you could swap on the fly with just a single button press.
Follow me.
Okay.
You could also tell the other character to follow or stay behind, and also instruct them to fight or stay idle. It's closer to Shiva from Resident Evil 5 than Ashley from 4 in implementation, but at times it feels quite clunky. Also, each character has 6 inventory slots. So in theory, you have 12 between the two characters, which is more than any previous entry, but the game also has some weapons that require 2 item slots, such as the larger guns, the hook shot, the shotgun, the grenade launcher. The game also did away with item boxes, but allows you to drop items anywhere, and they would show up on your map to be able to find them later. The problem is you don't necessarily know when you need an item, so it leads to an incredible amount of frustrating backtracking. So I got frustrated by the lack of item boxes pretty early on during my new playthrough. I was leaving items on the ground around the train, near the save room, and I was getting error messages because when you put too many items on the ground, the game doesn't have any more space to put new items down. And it's so clunky. You pick an item from your inventory, you tell it to drop, a pop-up message, there's nowhere to put it. You close it, you move it. It's just the most frustrating thing. And what I ended up doing is actually, for the PC, there is an item box mod that adds an item box into the typewriter. And it makes it so that you can save items to any typewriter and access them. It's a little bit cheating, but you know what? Sue me. This changed the game completely for me. This went from being one of my most disliked game in the series to actually being enjoyable with just this one little change. And I would recommend, if you are at all frustrated by this component of the game, the lack of item boxes, the lack of inventory, use the item box mod. It will just make the game better. Now let's walk through the structure of the game here. You start out the game as Rebecca Chambers. You don't get to select your character like some of the previous games. Rebecca is a member of the Bravo team of the STARS unit that was lost prior to the beginning of the original Resident Evil. Your unit is attacked, and you run, and you wind up on a mysterious train. And you start to explore, and quickly you find out that the train is swarming with zombies. You run into Billy Cohen, a former Marine who has set to be executed for the murder of 23 individuals, and that is until his transport crashes nearby. This is when the co-op gameplay begins and when you can cycle back and forth between the characters. So soon the train is moving, and you need to find a way to stop it and escape. You explore a bunch of the cabins, a kitchen, you even climb onto the roof of the train a few times. You fight this weird scorpion boss that's super easy, but it takes an incredible amount of bullets to actually finish him off. There are puzzles where you need to take each character to separate ends of the train and activate the brakes. This causes the train to crash, and you end up at the training facility, which is essentially a duplicate of the mansion from the original game. There are some differences, but the look and the way you explore and the feel and vibe of the environment feels just very, very similar to that original game. You explore a few levels of the mansion, you solve puzzles, you avoid zombies, you fight a giant centipede boss. There's a lot of bug bosses in this game for some reason. The game introduces these giant grasshoppers called plague crawlers, and also leech zombies, which are super annoying, and I mostly try to avoid them. You eventually make your way into the basement. You run into spiders, which again, mostly I try to avoid. The game introduces infected monkeys known as eliminators that are very, very aggressive. Eventually you make your way to an observatory. where you use the 3 tablets that you've collected throughout the training facility to open the way to the laboratory. This leads to a really beautiful outdoor area with a cathedral, and you fight a giant bat monster. And here is a spot that I remember long ago playing as a child, getting stuck. You know, I was here for quite a while. I think this is actually when I fell off the game for a couple of months, and I didn't return to it till sometime later. This time it went a lot easier. I took the bat down on my first try. And you need the hookshot again to reach the roof of the church and proceed. And if you're not using the item box mod, you're probably doing a lot of backtracking, as you might have left it all the way back at the train at the beginning of the game. You explore a laboratory that feels pretty different from the labs in the previous games. It feels a lot older and more rustic. Looks like something from like the 60s or 70s. And Rebecca and Billy get separated for much of this area. And you need to use a conveyor system to transfer items between each of the different playable characters. And by passing those items back and forth, you're able to unlock the doors and return the characters together. Now, you find a cable car, but when you start it up, you get attacked by eliminators again, and Billy falls off the tracks, and Jill must continue on alone. You reach a factory, and you're only here for a pretty short amount of time. You ride a turntable down, and you briefly stop at what appears to be the exterior of the lab from Resident Evil 2. I'm not sure how this makes sense in a geographical sense, because wasn't that under Raccoon City, and this is supposed to be in the mountains? So I'm not sure how that exactly works. You fight a prototype tyrant, but he went down without even attacking me back. It was really easy. And then you make your way down to a water treatment facility, and you spot Billy, but he is dragged away by the currents. And you eventually reunite again, and you have a second fight with the tyrant. You end up needing to separate here to solve a few puzzles on separate ends of the facility, but eventually you meet back up, and you make your way to the final boss, the Queen Leech, who reveals the grand plan in a very Bond-like villain moment.
And the world will burn in an inferno of hate.
You'll pay for what you've done.
We'll see which one of us is gonna die.
And it turns out that Marcus, a co-founder of the Umbrella Corporation, was assassinated by Spencer. But one of the infected leeches found the body and regenerated him into the Queen Leech and made him young and beautiful for some reason. It's kind of weird. The Leech Queen then attacked the train and the training facility as a means of revenge on Umbrella, who betrayed him. This is pretty silly even by Resident Evil standards. Then, after 2 fights with the Queen Leech, you manage to escape. You salute Billy goodbye, and you wander towards the mansion from Resident Evil 1. Dun dun dun. So, this game feels a bit experimental. Up to this point in the series, I would say this is the game that takes the most risks in trying to change the formula for better or worse. They were toying with new concepts like switching between characters, removing item boxes, the ability to drop items on the ground, and many new types of enemies. The problem is nearly every one of these additions feels like a misstep in my opinion. Switching between the characters can be cumbersome and doesn't really make the puzzles or combat better, and ends up killing a lot of the atmosphere and feeling of isolation from the earlier games. Overall, the character switching just feels tedious. The staple of the Resident Evil games from that era is that you don't necessarily need to kill every enemy. Sometimes there is a hall you just want to run through. Now with 2 characters, you basically need to park one character while you run through with the other to a safe spot. You switch to the other character and you do it all over again. It just makes everything feel like it takes twice as long. There is also some limited AI, but even if you turn off the AI combat and you run through an unsafe area, there's a high chance that the other character is going to get stuck and won't follow you through the door, and you're going to need to cycle back and forth. It's just a very frustrating experience. The lack of item boxes and dropping items on the floor is good in theory, but because you have no way to know when items may be needed, it causes a lot of backtracking. And also, just interacting with the inventory and the items on the ground is just incredibly clunky and slow, and it adds to the frustration. The gameplay and the combat in this game are nearly identical to Resident Evil Remake, except you have a second character to either help or to control. The problem is a lot of the new enemies are more annoying than scary. The leech zombies just take way too many shots to take down. I'm talking a dozen shotgun blasts. The leech zombies are easier if you use fire, but it still will take 3 Molotov cocktails to actually take them down. When you compare them to the regenerators from Resident Evil 4, that's one of my favorite enemies that they added throughout the series. And I consider them just about the most terrifying enemy. The noise they make and everything, just like a very scary vibe to them. But the leeches in this game and some of the other new enemies, they're less scary and just more annoying. It's hard to explain, but they're such sponges for ammo, and it's easier just to avoid them altogether. They're not all that threatening if you just run around them. Yeah, I just don't really love a lot of the added enemies in this game. Another example is the Eliminators. They don't take quite as many bullets to take down, but they are very aggressive. There are times where you'll open a door and there's 3 Eliminators rushing you, and sometimes you'll get attacked and stun-locked before you even have time to react. So overall, even though the controls and the gameplay is nearly identical to Resident Evil Remake, which is maybe the high point of the series, here it's just not as fun because of the babysitting aspect of having the 2 characters, and just the overall more frustrating enemies. There's also only a limited amount of replay value in Resident Evil 0. There are 2 modes after you beat the game. One has you replaying and collecting leeches that will help you unlock things like infinite ammo. And there's also a second playthrough where you play as Wesker, who has a ton of crazy powers, making the game very different. Still, it feels like there's less reason to replay than Resident Evil 2 and the different campaigns you can select in that game. The puzzles here aren't bad. Overall, they're reliant on the switching mechanic a little bit too much. There's lots of situations where you pull a lever with one character, and that will unlock something across the room which you need to grab with another character. Or sometimes it's across a map where, like on the train, there are braking systems on the very front and the very back of the train, and you have to get there within a certain amount of time. It's fun the first time, and then when they do it 15 more times before the end of the game, it gets a little bit tiresome. And that moves us on to the locations, which are a mixed bag here. You know, the beginning of the game, the train, it's pretty incredible. It's one of my favorite locations in the entire series, but it's only like 20% of the game. The majority of the game takes place in other locations, in particular, the training facility, which is nearly identical to the original game. And it's incredible when you think this game came out like 4 months after Resident Evil Remake, and it takes place basically in the same type of environment. After that, you've got laboratories and factories. It's all very rote and feels so very familiar if you've played the previous games. And the only really unique thing here is the train, but there's just not enough of it. Another huge failure for me is the story. It just doesn't work for me. The villain is essentially this anime wannabe guy who just feels very out of place in the series. It comes across pretty silly, and it doesn't even have the fun cheese factor from the earlier games in the series, but rather it takes itself way too seriously. The villain is also largely absent from the game except for a few cutscenes, and then he shows up in like the last 2 minutes of the game. Beyond that, the characterization of Rebecca feels pretty odd here, because by the end of the game, she's the zombie killing machine. She knows a lot about Umbrella, but then when she shows up in the original Resident Evil, it doesn't feel like the same character. She doesn't have the skills or the knowledge that she learned in Resident Evil 0. The other character, Billy, it doesn't feel like they really give much backstory to him. There's like a 30-second flashback that I think implies he was involved in a war crime, and I don't think he ever shows up in the entire rest of the series. So did he ever make it out of the Arklay forest? It's kind of confusing. But overall, the story here, it doesn't work for me. It reminds me a bit of the Star Wars prequels, where they try to shoehorn in a bunch of unnecessary connections to the sequels, and it really just complicates the narrative. I think it worked better with a more simplistic backstory. You don't really need this multiple Marcus and Spencer and assassinations, and he came back from the dead. It just kind of muddies the waters, and it doesn't help the overarching narrative of the series. So I kind of come to the end here. Should you play this today? Is it worth playing in 2025, 2 decades after the original release? And overall, I enjoyed the game, and especially with the item box mod, I think it goes from being perhaps the worst mainline game to just a middling one. But I think you can skip Resident Evil 0 unless you're intent on seeing the entire series. This is the final fixed camera game in the series. It probably is the best looking, but in my opinion, this is the first large misstep in the series. And even with the item box mod, it's still clunky and frustrating. They try so hard to make the story matter in the larger canon, but if anything, I think it weakens the later games. The location outside of the train are entirely forgettable and redundant with the original game. The enemies and bosses are more annoying than scary, and I don't think I would call any of the Resident Evil games bad, but this is overall one of the weaker titles for me. And of all the games I've played so far, it's my least favorite. And with that, I'm going to sign off tonight. I do appreciate everyone that has watched my videos and this series in particular. If you have any thoughts, please drop me a comment down below. If you like what I'm doing, like, subscribe, and just keep an eye out. I'll have another video up probably next Friday or so. And tonight we're going to be discussing a true classic, Resident Evil 4. This is by far the Resident Evil game that I've spent the most time with. I have played this game on so many different systems and in so many different ways. And it started with the original GameCube release. I remember I worked at a call center back at the original release. And next door was a mall that had, I can't remember if it was a GameStop or an electronic boutique, but there was a game store there. And on release day, I rushed over, and they told me that it did not release until the next day. And I argued with them, and I pointed at this poster that was behind the counter there that said it released on January 11th. But they said that they had not received their shipment yet. And I begrudgingly left, and I returned the next day. And today, I still have my copy and the receipt inside with a January 12th, 2005 date on it. I was out of high school by 2005 and working. I was mostly a PC player at this point. But certain games would still make me return to the consoles. And I had a GameCube that was my primary console back then. I immediately fell in love with Resident Evil 4. I played through it so quickly and it just felt magical. Everything about it seemed perfect. It was one of the best looking games I'd ever played. And, this game practically introduced the third-person shooter formula. It felt like it respected those older games, but it modernized the way they played. And this was something solely needed after the misstep of Resident Evil 0 and Code Veronica in my mind. I think those were some of the kind of failed experiments, kind of an awkward time in the series. And I think 4 really redeveloped the formula. And you can see the DNA in these games today really leans heavily into what they did with Resident Evil 4. Now, over the years, I played this many times. I played the GameCube release a few times. I replayed it when it came out on the Wii with the pointer aiming, which for a long time I actually felt was the best way to play. I played that subpar PC release. More recently, I played through the game on the Quest VR headset, which is actually an amazing experience. And I have a review on the channel actually for that version. And that might be one of the best ways to play the classic Resident Evil 4, not the remake. I've probably played this game about 10 times over the last 20 years. Now, today I'm completing this game using the HD Project mod for the PC, which is just an incredible mod that they released a couple of years ago. A single individual improved nearly every texture in the game, in many cases spending countless hours hunting down original source material for textures or hand creating new ones. And it really makes this game look more modern, though it's still running on a 20-year-old engine. It doesn't quite hold up to the remake in the visual department. It also gives you a ton of customization options to tailor the game to your liking, things like turning off the QTEs if you're not into those. Now, after beating this game, I gotta tell you, this game totally holds up and is still a blast today. This was the game that, in my opinion, went from survival horror to an action horror hybrid. There's still, a need to hoard your resources and balance their use, but you're generally given enough to sustain your journey. The game, however, throws a ton of enemies at you. Most of the time you enter a new area, and it feels a bit like an arena, a big village center of some kind that's full of enemies, and you must clear your way through, search the area for items and treasures, and then move on. It's always pretty clear where you need to head next, and there isn't too much forced backtracking, though the game world does feel pretty large still. Alright, and now let's talk about the structure of the game, and I'm going to skim this a little bit. There is just a huge amount of content in this game. Going to hit the high level points, but we're not going to walk through this game scene by scene. That would be an hour-long video, and I just don't have time for that. So, the game starts out with an introduction explaining that Leon Kennedy has joined a special government task force after the events of Resident Evil 2, and has been assigned a mission to find the president's missing daughter. This leads to an unnamed rural village in Spain where he encounters a group of hostile villagers. This game largely dispenses with the traditional zombie enemy. Instead, you fight ganados, the human victims of a parasite called Las Plagas that controls them. They're slow and sluggish, similar to the zombies of the previous game, but now they're able to utilize weapons and tools and work in a more coordinated manner. The early encounters with these enemies throughout the village is particularly memorable. They attack you for several minutes until a bell rings and calls them away. From here you explore the town, a farm, a church. You take a boat out onto a lake and you fight a giant fish creature. The game brings you back to the village center several times, and it feels kind of like a central hub, though the game is pretty linear overall. You fight a giant monster known as El Gigante. You also meet Luis Serra in this area, a former police officer and researcher, who you work with to escape, but not before Leon is infected with the Las Plagas parasite. You eventually track Ashley to a church, and for most of the game she tags along with you, mostly staying out of the way, but occasionally she gets killed. There's a fun moment where you are trapped in a house and you have to defend it, like something right out of Night of the Living Dead. And eventually you track down Mendez, the leader of the village, and you kill him. And that leads you to the castle. And Leon explores the castle and runs into his old frenemy, Ada Wong. You also meet this little midget villain known as Salazar.
I was starting to wonder when you might notice us.
Who are you?
Me llamo Ramon Salazar, the 8th Castellan of this magnificent architecture. I have been honored with the prodigious power from the great Lord Sadler. I've been expecting you, my brethren.
No thanks, bro.
And then you are also introduced to the Garrador, which is like a blind enemy, but it has very good hearing, so any noise will draw it to you. It has these giant claws. It can just chop your head off in an instant if you're not careful. It starts out as kind of like the boss fight, but eventually you run into multiple of these at the same time, and it's almost like a standard enemy before you're out of the castle. There's a fun detour here through a hedge maze, a ton of catapults that try to blow you up. There's also multiple sections where you split up with Ashley and then get reunited with her, and also a brief section where you control her when she's defenseless and just has to avoid enemies. Lewis also ends up getting killed by Lord Sadler in this area.
Leon,
I miss Lewis.
I got it.
There's another boss here you run into, the Verdugo. It involves a lot of quick time events that if you miss, you'll take some damage. It's possible to freeze and then kill it with a single rocket blast, and if you are very careful, you can actually find a free rocket in the castle area. Definitely suggest holding on to that for this fight. There's a brief sewer section where you fight these invisible bug-like creatures called Novistadors? I think that's how you say it. They're pretty annoying. You later go into an underground cave system, and you fight kind of a different variety of the same enemy. They don't go invisible, they're easier to kill, and they're really satisfying to blow up with the shotgun. You fight 2 El Gigantes at the same time. You go through a minecart level like something right out of Donkey Kong Country. You get chased by a giant, ridiculous statue of Salazar, and you eventually fight him directly. You eventually escape to a fortified island with the help of Ada Wong, who again leaves you. You fight some heavily armed infected in this area. You explore a wharf and a facility. This place is interesting because it really feels lived in. You see this kitchen and living space, and it's like how the infected are living their daily lives. Like, I want a sitcom around what these people do when they're not fighting Leon Kennedy. You're also introduced to a new enemy, the Regenerator, which is one of my favorite enemies in the entire series. You obtain this infrared scope, which you attach to the rifle, that lets you effectively kill them. You have to focus on these parasites that they're carrying on their body. You have to destroy all the parasites to blow them up, so you can't just brute force it. Though if you blast them with enough shotgun blasts, they will still die. You fight this really monstrous beast called the U3. Initially, it's this tense chase through like a maze system, and then there's a direct fight that takes just an incredible amount of ammo to finish him off. Eventually, you find your way to the ruins, where you meet up with your old comrade, Jack Krauser, who is believed to be dead. He's working with Ada at the direction of Wesker to secure samples of Las Plagas. You have a knife fight with him, and then he chases you through the ruins. He eventually kind of transforms, his arm becomes all monstrous, and he's kind of a pain in the ass. But you eventually do take him down, and you get to move on. There's also a really ridiculous bulldozer scene somewhere in here. I might be out of order. There's just so much that happens in this game. Ashley is abducted. You're reunited with her. This happens like so many times throughout the game, but you are eventually reunited for good. You find a way to remove the Las Plagas from you. You move on. You end up encountering Lord Sadler, who transforms into a giant creature. And you have one more moment with Ada Wong, who helps you take down Sadler, but also then betrays you and steals the sample. You do kill Lord Sadler after his transformation into the monster. You then ride away on jet skis, though there's this really annoying scene where you have to successfully escape the area on the jet skis, and it's really easy to die. Once you do, though, game's over. Beautiful ending. Sunset on the water. Ashley makes a pass at you. Leon is a gentleman. Doesn't go out with her. I think she's underage. That's kind of weird. So that's the main gist of the story. I mean, the game covers a huge amount of ground, and this is just a quick walkthrough. Really just skimming the surface. I could spend hours picking apart these locations in more detail, but let's keep moving. This is one of the longest games in the series, and definitely the longest up to this point chronologically. I really love this game, but I do feel like it drags a bit toward the end. It's a game that constantly wants to one-up itself. You remember how scary and difficult the El Gigante or the Chainsaw guys were? Well, how about we make you fight two at the same time? This game has so much action, and every time you think it can't get more ridiculous, you run into the next set piece that seems to take everything up another level. This is perhaps my only complaint. The game never really gives itself much time to breathe. I'd have preferred a few quiet, atmospheric moments where you're just exploring. Toward the end, these combat encounters come more frequently, and there's so many enemies that it can be a bit exhausting. Not a huge issue, as I find the combat really fun, and it really gives you an excuse to use all of the tools that the game provides, but the pacing is probably the only complaint I could make about the entire game. Now, the game has a ton of replay value beyond just the long campaign. This game has one of the best mercenary modes in any of the Resident Evil releases, and depending on the version you're playing, you may have access to Ada's campaign either separate ways or Assignment Ada Wong. The first being a full-length campaign showing what Ada's up to during the game, and the second is more of a minigame. Perhaps the biggest draw here is the ability to replay the game in New Game Plus mode. This allows you to bring along all of your weapons and replay the campaign, finishing upgrading your weapons, unlocking everything, and boy is it satisfying to go back through the game with a Magnum right from the first village. And this really is the game that feels like it changed up the formula and introduced a ton of new mechanics. It's the first game that introduced fully upgrading your weapons. In some of the previous games you could get specific upgrades like the triple shot for your pistol or something, but here you could actually customize your weapons much more granularly than you ever could before, which is a staple of the later games in the series. It introduced the shopkeeper who will buy treasures from you and let you purchase weapon upgrades. It introduced the attaché case and the Tetris-like minigame, which, it's a lot more forgiving than previous games. Now you've got a separate inventory for your key items and your treasures. You've got a much bigger area, but there are so many new weapons and tools and ammo types that it feels like you're always on the cusp of being out of space, but it's not quite as frustrating as some of the earlier games in the series. Introduced enemies dropping resources. and gold, and it gives you an incentive to kill enemies rather than avoiding them, which I think, I feel like the previous games, it really incentivized you avoiding combat when you can. But in this game, really, you want to kill everyone so you have enough gold to upgrade your weapons, to buy new weapons. It also expanded on the Mercenaries mode, which was introduced in Nemesis. And it gives just a huge amount of replay value. The Mercenary mode here is spectacular. I love it. It completely changed up the gameplay. Gone are the fixed camera angles, but rather now you have a more modern third-person camera with much more precise controls. Though the controls are still a bit tank-like, needing to hold a button to bring out your weapon and lacking the ability to sidestep, it still revolutionized the genre, and many third-person action games after this took inspiration and control in a similar manner. Looking at you, Dead Space. This is the game in the series that I think reinvented the formula, and most of the games after this are largely modeled after Resident Evil 4. That's not to say it's perfect. The game did lose some of the horror aspects. Since you're so much more capable now, some of the fear is gone, though the atmosphere is still largely retained. The feeling of foreboding and isolation in some of these areas is still quite strong. The music and sound effects harken back to those earlier games. And the game still does manage some frights, like the introduction of the Regenerators, which I still think are the single scariest enemies in the entire game. Just the sound they make. It is frightening. Ashley can also be a bit annoying at times, though in a bit more hectic moments, the game often allows you to direct her to safe spots out of the way. That's not to say that there weren't a few moments where she got captured or hit by a stray bullet. It left me annoyed. The puzzles are also largely taking a back seat here. Most are very simple, don't take much thought. If anything, it helps you get back into the action more quickly, but it feels like it is an aspect that is lost as the series progressed. The game's also very, very linear. I don't think there's ever a moment where it's unclear where you need to go next to progress. The story is very silly, even by Resident Evil standards, and Salazar straddles that line between fun and stupid, but overall I think it works, and it balances out the more serious moments of the game. This game did continue Leon's journey from a rookie cop to a seasoned globe-trotting special agent, and expands the role of Ada. It even lets you play her as a In Separate Ways campaign. You get to actually play a whole campaign as her, and get a lot more depth to that character. It expands the story, introducing new elements and factions that are referenced frequently in the future games. So, final thoughts. Overall, this is a top-tier Resident Evil game. One of the most influential games ever. And not just for later games in the Resident Evil series, but for video games in general. I think it's very close to perfect, and my only minor complaints are some small pacing issues, and the loss of some of the horror of the previous game. Which I think is largely made up for with the just incredibly fun gameplay loops. You fight enemies, you get money, you upgrade your weapons, you fight more enemies. Should you play this game today? I think this game is absolutely worth playing again. The remake is amazing as well and covers a lot of the same ground, but the tone and pacing are changed enough, and it's really worth exploring both of these games. The only reason I might suggest the remake is if you're just unwilling to deal with the less accommodating controls that were refined with the remake. In that case, you might find the VR version, if you have a Quest headset, might fix that for you. It is just a really fun way to play this, and it makes you feel like John Wick by the end. This is by far the game I've played the most in this series, and I don't see that changing over the next 2 decades, as I plan to play this game many more times, and just highly recommend it to everyone. So I'm going to end the video there. I do just really want to thank you for watching the series. If you've enjoyed this, drop me any comments with your thought on the game. Like, subscribe, all that jazz, and just have a great night, everybody. And tonight we're talking about Resident Evil 5. And if you watched the previous video in this series, you know I had just completed Resident Evil 4, which turned out to be one of my favorite games of all time. And my excitement for the next game was at an all-time high. I was a total PC gamer by 2009, but Resident Evil was one of the few games that could bring me back to consoles. And I ended up buying an Xbox 360 almost exclusively to play Resident Evil 5. I can remember there was this Japanese demo that had been released before the full game came out, and I was so excited I actually pirated a copy of this demo and burned it to a DVD so that I could check it out. And the demo was like the first combat section in the village, and I was really impressed and very excited for the game. And the game came out, and I remember mostly enjoying it, but feeling a bit disappointed. You know, the gameplay felt a bit more refined, but I didn't really love the forced co-op features. The game pushed the action elements, but it cost a lot of the horror and atmosphere in my opinion. And I just overall felt that it was a disappointing follow-up to the previous game. And I haven't touched this game much since that original playthrough, 15 years ago or so. So now today I am jumping back into this game, and I'm playing the PC release of the game, and I have gone in without any mods or anything, as the game ran pretty well without tweaking right out of the box. I'm running this in ultra-wide 4K with pretty amazing performance, like 144 FPS. Now, there are some mods and fixes out there for some small issues, but overall, it seems totally playable. I went through this whole game with just a couple of minor issues. And I gotta say, this game being, close to 16 years old at this point, it still graphically largely holds up. It was a pretty game at release, and even now, the art direction is still quite strong. It's going for a bit more realistic looking setting than Resident Evil 4. The lighting and the shadows in particular still look great. The character models look good, especially for the playable characters. Some of the textures hold up better than others, and that's probably the biggest thing that shows its age. This game badly could use an HD mod like Resident Evil 4 has received. And doing some research, I found a few projects in the works, but I couldn't find anything that is at a complete stage for my playthrough. My only other complaint is the game has kind of an ugly green filter over everything. It's definitely an artistic choice, but most of the time I think it just makes the picture look worse. I found some mods to remove this filter, but I decided to play through the default version and maybe go back through later with a mod. Now, let's walk through kind of the structure and the story of the game. This game is broken up into chapters. You cannot return to a previous area unless you pick that from the chapter menu. So the game world feels a lot less contiguous than the previous entries. The game starts with Chris Redfield, now an agent of the Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance, or the BSAA, who's dispatched to the fictional Kajuju region in West Africa. He had a new partner named Sheva, or tasked with apprehending Ricardo Irving before he can sell a bioweapon to terrorists. You find out during a flashback cutscene as well that Jill Valentine was killed sometime before the game started. Upon arrival, it becomes apparent the local population has been infected with the Las Plagas parasite from RE4, now known as Magini. This is one of the most effective parts of the game. Prior to any of the combat starting, there's a real sense of danger and this simmering rage from the local inhabitants. Our heroes find themselves at an execution site, and they're attacked by a large group of infected and a giant executioner. This section feels very reminiscent of the first village fight from RE4, but it goes on quite a bit longer before it's broken up by Matheson, a BSAA agent who fires a rocket to allow you to proceed to the next area. And then the next area has you traveling through an urban district, and you come across this kind of out-of-place, upscale-looking white woman who's in distress, and she gets dragged away and is infected with the parasite, and this introduces you to the first parasite fight, where you oftentimes will blow off an enemy's head, very similar to how Resident Evil 4 did this, and the parasite will emerge from the neck, and these are kind of a pain in the ass to fight. So you kill her, and you proceed through more of the village, and an abandoned building, and into a furnace facility, where you're attacked by a boss known as the Ouroboros, which is a really cool looking enemy, and also has some clever mechanics for dispatching it. You can lure it into the furnace here, and you can burn it up, and it turns out you just missed Irving after you defeat the villain here. This leads to the next chapter, where our heroes travel through a storage facility and across a bridge, then through a port. You have some fights with the infected, and then into a shantytown that leads into a train yard. And each of these areas feel kind of like little mini arenas with tons of enemies before you proceed. You travel through the train depot, climbing on top of several trains, and you're introduced to a new flying variety of the parasite here. The train leads into the mines, and in this section, one of you has to carry a torch because it's pitch black, and whoever holds the torch cannot fire. So I made Shiva carry it because I like shooting my gun. You go through several tunnels and a rock quarry before escaping, and you finally locate Irving. Unfortunately, an unidentified woman rescues him, and I wonder who that might be. Then you have this fight against the big centipede bat-like creature called the Popukaramu. I'm probably mispronouncing that. They give you these mines that you can plant to stun it, and then you unload on its stomach. This leads then to a lengthy turret sequence where you are on the back of a jeep firing non-stop at different bikes and vehicles. And the chase ends in a village where you find a bunch of dead BSA agents, and the rest of your team is killed by like an El Gigante looking boss from the previous game. And this is basically just another turret fight. It feels like something ripped right out of House of the Dead with weak points and everything. And next up you go into the swamps. And you take an airboat trying to reach Irving's oil field. You use this boat to travel from island to island with some choice in the order that you tackle each of these locations. One piece of advice, avoid the crocodiles. You're attacked by the local tribesmen who are victims of the Las Plagas, and you fight across several villages and then fight 2 huge tribesmen before riding a gondola to the next area. You proceed through several more village areas until you finally reach the oil field. Chris notices the Tricell name and mentions that they fund the BSAA. And you fight through the outside of the oil field facility. You have 2 fights against Chainsaw Infected. And then you finally get inside and run into Josh Stone, another member of the BSAA, and a friend and kind of father figure to Shiva, maybe a brother figure. The 3 of you manage to escape, and you reach a boat just before the facility explodes. And it's another turret sequence, but this time you're on a boat. Josh is driving, and you and Shiva use your normal weapons to clear out enemies on boat and that are firing from land. You have to stop a few times here at different gates. You have to jump off, clear the area, open the gates to proceed. And then the heroes make their way to Irving's yacht, where he injects himself and becomes a giant Leviathan-like creature. And after an intense boss fight, which you guessed it, again you're using turrets, you wind up in a cave system, and you fight some spiders, and then you find yourself in the ruins of some great ancient city. This area looks pretty awesome, and it feels like something ripped right out of Indiana Jones. You run into a ton more of the tribesmen, until you make it to this really annoying room where these big fiery balls are bouncing around and cause you a huge amount of damage. You need to spin this wheel to run through the door while avoiding these balls of death. And the next area is another big temple. You have to pull all these chains with Shiva to move stairways. And after you've cleared the 4 stairways, you have another fight with the Pokumaramu. I'm probably saying that wrong again. He's a lot easier this time because your weapons are upgraded and he goes down pretty fast. There's an interesting cutscene here that shows Wesker working together with a woman who is just barely wearing a cocktail dress, and also with the cloaked woman from earlier. Our heroes go through another temple with these lasers that you have to avoid, and then there are some laser puzzles that are maybe the only real puzzles in the entire game. At the end of the temple area, you find evidence that Tricell and Umbrella have worked together, and you make your way into like an old school Umbrella lab. And you find this interesting flower that apparently Umbrella's been testing on. You explore the Umbrella lab, and you find a bunch of animals in cages, like kind of like testing facility style. And then you fight or avoid some lickers here. It's actually possible just to run through here and get to the elevator real quickly. And if I remember correctly, this is the first time we've seen lickers since Resident Evil 2. You find a room full of testing pods, and you try to locate Jill. And unfortunately, you're interrupted by another boss, the U8. And I guess it's related maybe to the U3 from Resident Evil 4. The naming convention makes me think so. After defeating this boss, you find that Claire is missing, and you're introduced to Excella. She is one of the leaders of the Excella Corporation. From there, you push deeper into the lab, and you find enemies now who have guns, which kind of turns this into a bad cover shooter. You fight through several arenas with different gimmicks, like moving platforms, until you reach Excella, who sends another Ouroboros boss at you, except this one is way stronger. I think this fight might be bugged on the PC. They give you a flamethrower, but it would not work. Like, I just held the button down and the enemy never reacted to it. I ended up bringing a rocket launcher, and he will die to a single rocket if you're stuck here. This leads to more boring factory-like levels with shooting enemies. These are probably some of my least favorite sections of the game. There's a super annoying spinning room where you have to aim at these enemies far away, but the platform spins non-stop. It really made me kind of nauseous and gave me a headache here. Just terrible design choices all around. Next up is the biggest batch of liquors I think the series has ever produced. And it seems like they wanted you to sneak by them, but they will target you once you start pushing this box. So I found it best to lure them into the hall and just use a grenade launcher on them. And then after that we run into Excella, Wesker, and that masked figure, who it turns out is Jill Valentine under Wesker's control. A fight ensues between the four, and you can either wait for 7 minutes for a timer to end the fight, or you can try to end it early by hitting Wesker enough, but it's not very easy to do that. Once Wesker leaves, you have to rip the scarab off of Jill through a number of QTE events in order to free her. And after that, you arrive at this huge container ship for the final chapter. Ton more combat here, a mix of melee enemies, dogs, and more of that great ranged combat. Then you get a cutscene where Wesker kills Marcus. Then another cutscene where Excella becomes a monster, and it appears that Ouroboros either turns you into a god or a monster, and Wesker intends to release it and wipe out most of the planet. You fight Excella, and mostly just aim this laser at her red orbs, kind of like Gears of War and the Hammer of Dawn, until you wait for her to die. Then another few rooms of cover-based shooting, waiting on the slowest opening doors ever while endless enemies stream in. And then it's a series of Wesker fights to end the game. And I had some trouble with the first phase here. I ran into some bugs where Shiva froze up or would not reload the rocket launcher, but after a few times we did succeed. You have to turn off the 3 lights in the area so that Wesker can't see you. And my headcanon is here that he can't see you because he won't take off those goddamn sunglasses. Then you fire a rocket at him, which he catches, but you shoot and explode it, and then you stab him with an injection. This will always fail the first time, so you need to go and reload the rocket, which is up 2 whole levels. Hope Shiva doesn't bug out. Once this is done, there's an action-packed cinematic where our heroes fight Wesker on the plane, and they force it to crash. Then comes the final showdown, with perhaps the most epic moment in the Resident Evil history. The Boulder Punch! Just kidding. So you land inside a volcano, and you have to fight a transformed Wesker. This fight was also a bit annoying. Shiva kept getting one-shot because she'd walk into the AoE attack that Wesker does. You basically just have to hit the exposed heart, and he'll go down. Then Chill comes to the rescue, and you double rocket launcher Wesker to finish it all off. So that's the basics of the story. You know, I've kind of skimmed over some things, but that's the high point. And I feel like the game starts out very strong. The first few chapters all the way up to the fight against the Ouroboros are quite unnerving and paced well. Later this breaks down with several lengthy turret sections, a lot of cover shooter sections that feel a bit out of place for the series. I also don't like how disconnected each chapter feels. You can't walk back through the door and go to earlier areas, and each level is very linear with very little exploration. The game loses that Metroidvania kind of puzzle feeling of the earlier game, and it feels more like a cover-based corridor shooter. Overall, the gameplay here is logical next step after Resident Evil 4. It's still rooted in the tank-like gameplay of the previous games. You can't move and shoot at the same time, though everything is a bit smoother now. You're given a ton of weapons and options to upgrade them, and it gives you a high degree of freedom in selecting your arsenal. The game here is quite a bit shorter than RE4, with fewer opportunities to use that arsenal, but it feels like the game really wants you to replay missions. You can do this at any time, and use the rewards on your playthrough. I think it falls apart a bit towards the end, when most of the enemies start carrying firearms and it becomes a cover shooter. The game takes a lot of inspiration from Gears of War, which is a bit of an Ouroboros because Gears was inspired by RE4, and the RE5 was inspired by Gears. I just don't think the controls are tight enough for a cover-based combat, and most of the enemies are so spongy that it's just not very satisfying. I mean, I unloaded a fully upgraded MP5 and fired like 75 bullets into one of those rocket launcher enemies for him to die, and it just feels ridiculous at times how long it can take to kill an enemy. The inventory system also feels like a step back, necessitated by the co-op foundation of this game. Both characters have 9 slots, but trading back and forth without a separate inventory can be cumbersome. For example, at times you might come across a green herb, and you have a red herb in your inventory. But your inventory is full, so you can't combine them without clearing a space. This is something you could do in RE4. Between chapters, you essentially have an item box to store items, but it's inaccessible during the mission. You can also only upgrade weapons at this screen, and you have to complete or fail a chapter to access it. You do get 4 quick slots to switch between weapons, which is a nice addition, meaning you no longer need to go into the menu to change your weapons. Now, I played through this session totally solo, though years ago I did play through most of this game multiplayer, and I've got to say that playing it multiplayer is way more fun. Though going through it solo does give it a bit more of a classic Resident Evil feel. The AI companion is actually pretty helpful. She'll scour the area for items and ammo, and even automatically trade you the ones that are useful for you and your loadout. Her aim is impeccable, but she does burn through a lot of ammo. I left her with the basic pistol and then an upgraded rifle that hits very hard but fires slow, to make use of her abilities, but not waste all my ammo. My only real complaint is it feels like you can't give her any healing items or she will use them immediately. This is kind of frustrating. There are times where I'm just trying to move healing items so that I can combine them, and I'd hand her like a green herb, and I want to combine it with a red one, but she would use it before I could even click anything. And let's talk about puzzles. There's almost no puzzles in this game. There's like a couple of rooms where you have to direct lasers that feel like the only real puzzles of the game. There are a few key items you need to collect, but it's really just keys that you need to use like in the next room. There's never any thought. The game is very linear from point A to point B with very little deviation. The story here is a bit uneven. I like the setting. You know, Africa is so different from any previous location. It's so bright, it's full of people. The first few chapters work, but later the setting feels a bit squandered with a lot of nondescript labs and facilities. The story is way more serious than RE4, but I also find it less interesting until Wesker shows up. I think Irving is one of the least engaging villains in the series, but he also dies pretty early. The masked woman is an interesting hook, but Excella is entirely forgettable except for that cleavage. Man. It's kind of annoying that Jill is captured off screen between games, but there is a DLC that lets you play through that encounter that is perhaps the high point of the entire game. It's nice that the game finally completes the Chris versus Wesker showdown from Code Veronica, but that's probably the only part that really does anything for me. Also, initially there was some controversy that the game had some racist imagery. I have to say at first glance there are some elements here that come off as a bit insensitive. Much of the early part of the game takes place in a rundown shanty village, and it really plays into the primitive African savage trope. These complaints are mostly just skin deep though. The story does try to humanize the local population. A big part of the plot is that Umbrella was essentially using Africa as a testing ground for its experiments, treating the local population the way that many major corporations do in the real world. It could be heavy-handed, but I would say it's actually a bit deeper than most critics gave it credit. So final thoughts. I think there's about half of a great Resident Evil game here. The stuff that works really works. It has great atmosphere, good bosses with some great transformations, overall good gameplay, but the stuff that doesn't work really doesn't work. Overall, I think this is a decent action game, but a middling Resident Evil game. It's half of a classic Resident Evil game and half of a Gears of War clone taped together. It starts out quite strong with a lot of atmosphere and some scary moments, but quickly devolves into turret sequences and cover-based shooting. Chapters 5 and 6 really brought down my overall feelings on the game. They threw so many enemies with automatic rifles, and the cover mechanics just are not very engaging here, and the enemies take so many bullets to kill, it's just not very fun for me. It felt like Capcom just made a different kind of game than I wanted out of Resident Evil. They stripped out so many of the elements that I liked about the series. I don't want replayable missions and co-op gameplay. I don't want cover-based shooting and turret sequences. I don't want linear game world limited to corridors with no exploration or depth. I think it would have worked better as a standalone spin-off rather than the next mainline game. It's still worth playing if you go in with the expectation that it's more of an action game than a horror game, and especially if you can find a friend to play co-op with. But this was the start of the dark period in the series that we will continue to discuss in the next couple of videos. So I'm going to end the video there. I want to thank everyone who has been watching along. Drop me a comment with any thoughts, and I will try to get another video out. These may start taking a little bit longer. I'm getting into the longer games in the series, but I'll try to get one out maybe every 2 weeks or so from here on out. And tonight we're going to be talking about Resident Evil Revelation. I had not previously played either of the two Revelation games, so this is totally new to me. This was originally a 3DS exclusive, and I did not get that system until a couple of years after release. I was curious about it at the time. Could they really translate the Resident Evil experience to a handheld system and retain the atmosphere, horror, and action of the series? It was later ported to console and PC, but by that point I was kind of over the series. I didn't really love Resident Evil 5, and I really disliked what I played of Resident Evil 6, and I just didn't care to try out this game. So now I'm playing this for the first time on PC, and I'm pleasantly surprised. This is a pretty awesome little Resident Evil game. It's not perfect, but for a small handheld spin-off project, this game has a lot going for it. First off, the game looks pretty amazing, taking into consideration this was originally a 3DS game. I'm playing the PC version, and of course the resolution is higher and some of the textures have been replaced. But for ostensibly being a 12-year-old handheld game, it looks quite good. The game has a really strong presentation here as well. Like before each chapter, there's a previously on intro, like it was a TV show. It reminds me of Alan Wake series, which did a similar thing with the credits and intro between each chapter. It makes more sense there because that game was going for like an episodic Twin Peaks kind of vibe, but it's still interesting that they tried it here. I guess maybe they figured you might forget what happened previously between sessions, as this was a portable game. So let's talk about the structure of the game. This game has two modes, campaign and raid. First we're going to talk about the campaign mode. The main playable character is Jill Valentine. She's the only character with upgradable gear, though you do play as many other characters, telling the story from the perspective of Chris Redfield and a few other BSAA agents. The game takes place shortly after the events of Resident Evil 4. The game is told in a very non-linear fashion, with each chapter jumping to different points of the story and from different perspectives. The game introduces a floating island named Terra Grigia in the Mediterranean, which was attacked by a bioterrorist organization named Veltro, using biological organic weapons. Lansdale, the leader of the Federal Bioterrorism Commission, or the FBC, initially tries to control the outbreak, but later uses an advanced solar power system to fry the entire island. Jill Valentine and a new character, Parker Luciani, along with O'Brien, the head of the BSAA, investigates the beach a year after the disaster, searching for bioweapons. The game introduces a new scanning mechanic. You can scan any of the creatures, and you get some points towards a healing item. After scanning and clearing a few of these blob monsters on the beach, you find out that Chris and a new partner named Jessica have gone missing and are tracked to a derelict ship called the Queen Zenobia. Jill and Parker head to the ship and explore and run into a new variety of zombie called oozes that are kind of like waterlogged, melting zombies. Jill separates to explore the ship and finds a tied-up Chris. And you can tell it's Chris because look at those muscles. Jill searches the ship for the key and kills a ton of these oozes and finds a scantily clad woman who gets killed and also has the key you're looking for. With the key in hand, Jill and Parker break in and find out it's a trap and are knocked unconscious.
I found a survivor.
Then cut to Chris and Jessica, who find out Veltro are still active in the mountains somewhere. They run into some dogs, and then they get a call that they need to go and try to rescue Jill and Parker on the Queen Zenobia. The game then cuts back to Jill, who awakens in a section of the boat that's eerily similar to the Spencer Mansion, and a ton of ooze zombies, and Jill without a gun. She quickly reunites with Parker, and they manage to rearm. The pair then run into an FBC agent named Raymond Vester. This then cuts back to Parker and Jessica escaping the Terra Grigia incident just before the disaster, and introduces a wounded Raymond with this weird scrunched face for the entire scene. They fight through endless waves of hunters before they make it to the helicopter just before the city is destroyed. This then cuts back to Jill and Parker meeting with Raymond Vesper, who really doesn't give you any indication of what's going on, why he's there, and he just kind of pieces out and leaves. From here I was able to get the shotgun, and also I located an item box, and you learn how you can use this item box to upgrade weapons and store your weapons. You can carry 3 weapons at any time. You then travel through a beautiful dining room and into the grand hall, and then the promenade. You find your first boss there, named the Skaghead, who is the comms officer, and as you come across him, you hear his voice from a distance. It's super creepy. This boss fight is really insane, and it raised my expectations for the game. He charges you out of the room, and it's just this monstrous creature, and he chases you while the other oozes spawn constantly. They're explosive barrels, and you can use them to blow up, and there's lots of ways to kind of avoid him in the area. It's a bit frustrating if he catches you, but the fight is just really, really intense. That boss then drops a key that lets you access the communications room, where you find Raymond, and you all watch a video that Chris and company are also watching at the same time. And it's Velshire laying out their plans to use a new bioweapon on the world's oceans. Raymond is a bit more forthcoming this time, and he gives you a key to turn on the power and access the casino. And he explains that he's there on behalf of the FBC and is looking for his partner, Rachel. Jill travels back towards the first area they explored on the ship, looking for a key to an elevator, and find Rachel, who has now become this monstrous zombie creature that talks similarly to the Skaghead, the comms officer. You end up chasing her through the deck, and every time you put enough shots into her, she disappears until you reunite with Parker, and you're both able to take her down. This gives you the key to travel down the elevator and ends the chapter. And this cuts to another scene where you play as Keith and his partner, a couple of BSAA agents, and kind of a bunch of idiots. Their code names, and I'm not joking, are Grinder and Jackass. And you play as Keith for about 3 minutes without any combat. You watch a video of an invisible enemy killing some other soldiers, and then the game cuts back to Jill and Parker, who travel down into the depths of the ship. This area has flooded, and you have new aquatic enemies to deal with. There's a steam puzzle here to gain access to different areas and to find a key to start the engines. And once you start the engines, the compartment starts to flood, and again, the chapter ends. This then cuts back to Keith and his buddy being idiots and running into invisible hunters, and then finding the secret location of the ship, which they pass on to O'Brien. And we find out that Chris is en route and has just arrived at the ship with Jessica, who for some reason has on only half of a wetsuit. You retrace your steps, following Jill in a rather abbreviated fashion, fighting 2 Skagheads in the casino, but with the arsenal Chris brought, it's a much easier fight. Chris and Jessica rush into the room where Jill was trapped, but find it empty and not flooded. The game then cuts back to Jill, saving herself and getting the power started. Then they show a quick cut scene, and it turns out that Chris is on the wrong damn ship. He's on the sister ship, the Queen Samaria. Jill continues and runs into a new enemy, the Wall Blister, that can one-shot you if it grabs you. Jill and Parker make their way up to the observation deck to turn on an antenna to allow communication, and end up fighting this weird boss that looks like a giant sea barnacle. It takes an incredible amount of shots to take it down, and the pair finally make contact with O'Brien, who just found out that a solar weapon has been reactivated. Jill and Parker then rush to the bridge to use a UAV before the solar weapon can attack the boat. The pair run into Rachel again, who upon death gives you a weapon upgrade. You run into a huge hunter ambush, and you finally find the UAV, only to find out you then need to reach a control room to control the UAV. You get a 5-minute countdown to reach the control room, And along the way is just an incredible number of hunters and oozes, and also another fight involving both Rachel and Skaghead at the same time. This is one of the hardest gauntlets in any Resident Evil game I've played to date. And if you die, the timer also inexplicably goes from 5 minutes down to 2 minutes. After more attempts than I want to admit, I finally was able to finish this gauntlet. The UAV is launched and partially saves the ship, but the wave that the solar weapon causes still capsizes the ship and it starts to sink and take on water. So next up is a lengthy swimming section where Jill is trying to reach safety. Then Jill and Parker run into what they believe is Veltro, but it's really Raymond disguised for some unexplained reason. Just then, at the same time, Chris and Jessica arrive, and Jessica shoots Raymond without explanation. Everybody swaps partners for some reason, and Chris and Jill go exploring. They swim some more and run into another boss, this kind of lobster-like creature with armor that actually ends up showing up a few times throughout the game. And then they find a lab. There's always a lab in these games, isn't there? And this lab appears to be creating the T-Abyss virus that's causing all the mutations on the ship. The game then cuts back to Keith, and they go back into the base again and start hacking, fighting off lots of hunters and dogs, and they find some data, and it appears that Veltro may not exist and that the FBC and Lonsdale may have been responsible for everything from the beginning. Then someone drops a bomb on the pair. I hope they make it out. Back to Jill and Chris, who manage to neutralize the virus, and Lonsdale appears on a screen and sends a bunch of BOWs to stop them. Meanwhile, Parker and Jessica go to the bridge, and it turns out Jessica is the mole and shoots Parker and then sets the self-destruct on the boat. Chris and Jill race to escape and find a wounded Parker. They make their way to the deck, but Parker falls back into the belly of the ship. The ship is attacked by some huge BOW, and they have to fight it before they can escape by helicopter. And then in the air, there's a separate fight, a turret fight, where you're fighting this giant BOW from the air. When you finally destroy this BOW, you're told there is a third ship that you need to go and explore to end this game. Jill and Chris scuba dive down to this sunken ship and go through a lengthy underwater section before reaching a dry section of the ship. There they find the leader of Veltro is still alive somehow a year later. He has taken some of the T-Abyss and becomes the final boss of the game. And this guy's quite difficult. With an annoying teleport move, he creates duplicates of himself, and when he finally goes down, his recording helps you bring down Lonsdale, and it seems that everyone gets a happy ending. It's almost like a Field of Dreams ending, where it kind of gives you like text on the screen and little vignettes of what everyone's doing. Parker survives, Grinder and Jackass make it out, and in an after-credit scene, we find out that Reynolds was working with Jessica all along, and he gave her a sample of T-Abyss. So that's the campaign mode. Let's jump to the other mode, the raid mode, which is basically the game's mercenary mode. But it's honestly so much more than that. I've only put a few hours into it, but it seems to have so much content. It's similar to Mercenaries mode, but instead of small arenas, they've broken up the entire single-player campaign into combat levels. They've stripped out the puzzles, the scanning mechanic, and the story, and you just run from start to finish killing enemies and finding loot. Between levels, you can buy weapons and upgrades, you unlock new characters, and you level up. I found if you try to play a level several levels above your current character level, it's really difficult. So you need to keep progressing to access the harder levels and the better rewards. You can play this mode cooperatively with other players if you can find anyone actually playing. I wasn't very successful on the PC, but maybe on the other systems you might have more luck. I do plan to spend more time on this mode, but what I've played so far, it seems like it really extends the replayability of this game immensely. So let's talk about the gameplay. The controls here are really progressive, even for this period of the game series. You know, this game came out between Resident Evil 5 and 6, which was really the action phase of the series. But this game has some elements that even those games had never attempted. There's no longer a run button. Instead, after a moment, your character picks up speed, though even your top speed is relatively slow and is not as fast as some of the previous games. You can also move and shoot at the same time, something unheard of in this series, but it works here because of that more limited movement speed. You can also switch between weapons with the press of the directional pad, something introduced in 5. There's a dodge mechanic, though it feels a bit unreliable to me. There's also a quick press button to throw grenades or use your healing items. The controls here feel much more modern, but there's something about it that harkens back to the older games in the series. You know, the limited ammo, the slower pace, the way the levels are structured, help it feel more like an old school survival horror game rather than RE5 and 6, even though it has these modern controls. The game has a pretty good arsenal, and it has a unique upgrade system that has you installing weapon mods that can be removed or changed at any item box. Only Jill has access to this system during the campaign, as she's the primary playable character. The game also introduces swimming. It's not too painful, as Jill apparently is an Olympic athlete who can hold her breath for 5 minutes, but I think most of these sections last just a bit too long for my taste. There's a new scanning mechanic. It feels a bit like Metroid Prime, where you scan enemies and the environment and objects in the world, though it's a bit less well used here. I was expecting some kind of log or repository for the information, but this game has nothing like that. This would be a great way to give you some information on the creatures you're fighting or story elements, but very rarely will a character comment on the scanned object. That's about all you get. You do get healing items when you scan enough, though it's worthwhile bonus. The only thing that gets a bit tedious is there are hidden items throughout the environment, but you can only find them once scanned. It makes searching for ammo feel a bit slow. I would prefer if these items were just visible all the time, but using the scanner made them easier to find. You can also only carry a small amount of ammo initially, and I found myself always leaving ammo behind, which felt weird for the Resident Evil series. Now, the enemies you run into are mostly different varieties of these ooze zombies, and I really liked this type of zombie. It felt really unique and appropriate to the kind of ocean-based setting. The bosses were all pretty scary, but tended to be a bit too spongy for my liking. It did make the fights very intense, but some of them dragged on a bit too long without any real mechanical changes. This game is more difficult than I was expecting, and, you know, I was only playing on normal difficulty. I'm really curious how hard the insane difficulty is. I usually had enough ammo, but they send just huge numbers of enemies at you toward the end of the game, and I wonder how much harder this would be playing on an actual 3DS. The game has a decent number of puzzles. There are a ton of electrical puzzles to unlock doors, where you move these pegs to try to light up this little electrical panel. There's also areas where you need to use the right key item in the right location, opening steam valves in the right order, that sort of thing. It's not as complex as the original trilogy, but it feels like it's trying to emulate that era. The story is told in a pretty cinematic manner, with a summarization of the previous chapter, like this was an episodic TV show. It feels a bit like 24, where they're trying to tell this epic story in real time across multiple perspectives, but it doesn't always work for me. There are so many twists and turns in this story, and I'm still not completely sure I got every point right. I felt like the constant perspective changes actually took me out of the game at times. Why make me play as some minor BSAA agent for literally 3 minutes? It did help me better understand the BSAA, and it was cool to see what Jill and Chris were up to between games, but I wonder if these other agents will ever be referenced again. I would really love for Grinder and Jackass to just randomly show up in the next mainline game without any explanation. The setting is also pretty unique for the series, being set on a cruise ship. The Queen Zenobia is pretty large and harkens back to the earlier games in the series that took place in one large environment rather than globe-trotting across the world. Exploring a single location, finding new passageways and shortcuts, and becoming familiar with that setting is really one of my favorite aspects of the series. I really wish the game would have used Terra Grigia more. It feels like a game set during the attack could be pretty epic, but there's just a few short sections at that location. So, final thoughts here, people. Overall, I was pleasantly surprised with the game. I went in with pretty low expectations, but really enjoyed this one. It's not perfect, but it really scratched that itch for a more classic Resident Evil experience. after finishing 5 and those last few painful chapters. Many of the mechanics have changed, but this feels closer to the original trilogy than the last few games I've played. The campaign was great, though I would have preferred a bit more coherent story, told from fewer perspectives. Jill section was fun, but some of the others just felt a bit tacked on. The scanning is great in theory, but ends up being a bit tedious without much payoff. And the addition of raid mode adds a ton of replay value and is really well implemented here. Overall, I can recommend this. If you stayed away because you thought this was a portable, watered-down spin-off, I think you should check this out, and you might be surprised like I was. So I'm going to end it there. I do want to thank you for watching. I appreciate everyone who has subscribed, dropped me a comment on this series. I'm going to continue on. My next game is Resident Evil 6, which is the longest game in the series. It may take me a couple of weeks to get this one out, but it will get out eventually. So thanks again, and have a good night, everybody. And tonight we'll be discussing Resident Evil 6. This is a game I have both been dreading and excited to check out. I remember being very excited for this game prior to release. At the time, it looked like the game that would right the course of the series after the wrongs of Resident Evil 5. They were trying to appeal to both old and new fans, and it seemed to have a bit of everything. It had multiple campaigns, and brought together nearly the entire cast of the Resident Evil franchise. In previews, it tried to push both the horror of the earlier games, but also the action of the later games. Then they released a demo, and I remember hating this demo with every fiber of my being. I did not care for the combat, the quick-time events, and even Leon's section that was closer to the slower-paced classic games just felt off. Then the reviews dropped, and it was the worst reviewed mainline game in the series, and I decided I was never going to play this game. This is the only mainline game that I've never actually played outside of that pre-release demo. So you can see the trepidation to play this because of the reputation surrounding it, but also my excitement to play the game as it's the only mainline game that I've actually skipped and never played before. I've been told by some fans of this game that if you treat it like a generic action game, unrelated to the Resident Evil series, that I might appreciate it more. So I'm going to come at this from two different angles. How does it hold up against the other third-person action games from that time, like Gears of War or Uncharted, in a more generic way? And how well does it represent the Resident Evil series? Well, let's define that real quick. The key components I'm looking for in a Resident Evil game are exploration, horror, and resource management. Exploration for me is the first component. In the best games of this series, you are exploring a unique location, be it a single mansion, the streets of Raccoon City, or a European village. They should start small, but slowly unfold like a puzzle box, revealing different passages, secrets, puzzles, and scares. Next, you need the horror. A lot of this comes from the atmosphere of the location, which is why exploration is so important, but there also needs to be a scary enemy, be it a zombie, a ganado, werewolves, or whatever Capcom comes up with next. You also need to be afraid that they can kill you at any moment, that you're alone, and one mistake, and you're dead. And the final component is resource management. Each game gives you different tools to defeat the horror, but it's important that they're limited. You never quite have enough, but through careful management of your resources, you can overcome the horror. So let's go ahead and get started now that we've defined that. So today I am playing the PC version of this game, and I gotta say it runs great outside of some issues with ultrawide support. During the gameplay, ultrawide works, but there are some UI issues, and also all of the cinematics are all stretched and messed up in ultra-wide, so I'm playing in 16:9, and I've had good success both on the PC and playing it on the Steam Deck. And you gotta say, largely the graphics hold up. There are some moments even where the use of light and shadow effectively hide the lower quality assets, and it nearly looks like a modern release. Now there are other moments where the lower quality assets, textures in particular, from the Xbox 360 era are much more obvious, and it looks worse even in some moments than Resident Evil 5 in my opinion. Overall, the art direction's pretty good here and stays consistent throughout, and there are just a huge number of enemies and locations that are all really well realized. Overall, the graphics largely hold up and are not the thing that holds back this game. So next up, let's talk about the structure of the game. Now, I usually will go pretty in depth in this section, going over major story points and locations, and honestly, it would just be describing explosions for 10 minutes. So instead, we are going to talk in very broad terms about the structure of the game and the story. And this game is broken up into 4 lengthy campaigns that all occur simultaneously across the globe. The 4 chapters are from Leon Kennedy, Chris Redfield, Jake Mueller, and Ada Wong's perspective, and each chapter is pretty different. While they all control identically, the type of enemies, the locations, and the tone of each chapter feels pretty different. You go through these campaigns in any order, but I decided to go in the order that they were presented, which I believe is the intended order, though they're not in chronological order, and there is a ton of overlap in these chapters. Sometimes you experience a particular set piece from multiple perspectives, but it may be hours later because of how the game is structured. Now, the game starts out with Leon and Helena's campaign, which feels like it's trying most to emulate the classic Resident Evil experience, with the more traditional zombie enemy, but your character control is the same across all the campaigns, and it lacks any real scares or atmosphere because you're such a badass right from the start. And after that is the Chris Redfield and Piers Niven's campaign. This feels like it's trying to push into the action side of the Resident Evil spectrum. The campaign is a cross between a bad Call of Duty game full of biohazards and Gears of War. Much of the campaign has you accompanied by a full team of BSAA agents. Nearly every enemy in the campaign has a firearm of some variety, and much of the campaign is full-on cover-based shooting that just doesn't feel great. After that, you play through the Sherry Birkin and Jake Mueller campaign, and that campaign is pretty action-packed like Chris's, except you're also relentlessly chased by a tyrant-like boss named the Ustanok. There are a few sections here that are more open and give you some limited exploration, like the second chapter in the snow, but a lack of functioning map makes it pretty frustrating. And the last chapter is Ada Wong's campaign, which is a bit more stealth and puzzle focused. There are more and longer sections where she has no enemies and she's just exploring and puzzle solving. Her campaign primarily has her in the background of the other campaign, helping out from the shadows and intersecting with many of the other chapters, bouncing from location to location using her grappling hook while trying to track down her doppelganger. It feels a bit like her campaign from Resident Evil 4, showing what she was doing between her encounters with Leon. And in these 4 campaigns, you cover just a huge amount of ground, including Adonia, a fictional Eastern European country, an American school campus, an underground train tunnel, apocalyptic city centers, a graveyard, a crypt, abandoned labs, a plane headed for China, underwater bases, submarines, and a large section of an infected Chinese city, just to name a few. And the story is told in a very non-linear manner, out of order if you go through the campaigns as they're presented. So let's spend 2 minutes just talking about what happens in this game in chronological order. And this section will have many story spoilers, so be warned. So the game starts out with Jake Mueller, who we learn is the estranged son of Wesker, who is a mercenary working for Neo Umbrella in Adonia. Jake and the other mercenaries have just been given an injection of the C virus, and all the other mercenaries transform into bioweapons known as Javos. Sherry Birkin shows up and claims they need his blood to make a cure, and they flee together. They're hunted by a creature known as the Ustanok that looks like a WWE wrestler. At the same time, Chris Redfield and Piers Niven and a team of BSAA agents are responding to the attack in Adonia. They run into Jake and Sherry and help them escape on a helicopter. And Chris and his team are attacked by Ada Wong, but you later find out it's not the real Ada. She kills his entire team except for Chris and Piers. And after escaping, Jake and Sherry are also eventually captured by Neo Umbrella after an encounter with Ustanok. 6 months later, the President of the United States is about to disclose the truth behind the Raccoon City incident when a biohazard attack occurs at the venue, and he and everyone else except for Leon Kennedy and a Secret Service agent named Helena Harper are zombified. The pair escape and later encounter the real Ada Wong, and it turns out that Helena helped initiate the attack because the real big baddie, Simmons, the national security chief, had captured her sister. That sister becomes a monster, a real sexy monster that you have to put down. Sometime in here, Jake and Sherry escape from Neo Umbrella again. Leon and Helena fake their own deaths and travel to China to stop Simmons. Along the way, they run into an escaped Sherry and Jake. The Chinese city of Lanxing is largely infected and is the backdrop for much of this section. During this time, Chris is in a depression after his men were killed by Ada and sort of has amnesia and is currently an alcoholic, but Piers snaps him out of it and they rush to China to help. Chris seems more concerned with revenge on Ada and has a confrontation with Leon after they capture her, but she escapes. Jake and Sherry are also captured again and taken to an underwater facility. Chris and Piers assault an oil platform above that secret underwater facility. They eventually free Sherry and Jake and have a fight with a giant bioweapon named Heos. In 3 different final showdowns, our heroes each manage to take down a final boss. So severely injured Piers infects himself with the C virus to help take down Heos, and helps Chris escape, but stays behind to die. Jake and Sherry finally manage to kill Yustanok after countless chase scenes, and Ada kills her doppelganger, and then helps Leon and Helena confront and kill a mutated Simmons. Everyone gets a happy ending, well, except for Piers, he died. In the end, Leon and Helena are cleared of the president's death and return to duty. Chris remains with the BSAA in command of a new squad after overcoming his guilt. And Jake begins a new life fighting bioweapons with his identity concealed. And Ada gets a call for a new mysterious job. So this is actually one of the more coherent stories in the series, and I don't hate it. It manages to juggle a bunch of characters, and I like the pairings, and generally like the new characters and the depth added to the existing characters. The voice acting and presentation are also top-notch. The story is told in a non-linear and somewhat confusing fashion, but the way it drip feeds you the details feels pretty cinematic, and it's really amazing how they connect all these stories together in the end. The issue is how bombastic and ridiculous it seems at times. It's as if the entire story was told by Michael Bay, with an explosion every 30 seconds, and very little time for real self-reflection. So let's move on to the gameplay, which feels pretty similar to Resident Evil 4 and 5, except it's way more complex and fast-paced. Initially, I really hated the combat, but over time it grew on me. You can move and shoot at the same time, which worked in Revelations because of the max movement speed being pretty slow, but here you're just constantly sprinting across the battlefield, shooting and punching dudes. You also get so many dodge moves, melee attacks, rolls, prone options. They're all functional, but feel a bit out of place in this series. You have a ton of melee options and can quickfire against nearby enemies. At first it feels pretty sloppy and imprecise, and you're constantly fighting against the camera, but it did eventually click for me, and the mix of melee combat and gunplay was fun, almost leaning into a character action game like Devil May Cry. But again, it just doesn't feel like a Resident Evil game, and don't get me started on the cover shooter sections and how bad that feels. This game is focused on action more than anything, at the expense of all horror and tension. You'll have a cutscene full of explosions that cuts into gameplay for 10 seconds, followed by another lengthy cutscene full of explosions. There are car chases, turret sequences, motorcycle and snowmobile sections. There's literally a part where you fly around in a fighter jet, and one of the main final battles is primarily fought from a fighter helicopter. It's the Fast and the Furious of the Resident Evil series, and not in a good way. And the game basically has 2 speeds. Either you're walking slowly listening to exposition, or you're running for your life from set piece to set piece. The game never gives itself any time to breathe or allow you to explore and discover a location. And some of these locations, like the college campus, have some really cool elements, but they only last a few minutes before you move on to the next explosion. In any previous game, you would have spent 6 hours at the campus exploring it room by room, finding secrets in new passageways, rescuing people, learning the history of the place. In this game, you literally run through it in about 10 minutes. There's also way too many quick time events. Nearly every action in the game is dragged out into multiple button presses. The button presses are not consistent, so you always need to pay attention to the intrusive prompts that fill the screen and make obnoxious sounds. There are multiple QuickTime events that will result in instant death, including one about 30 seconds into the game. I nearly quit playing after the first few chapters because the QTEs were totally taking me out of the game until I found a setting in the options to disable most of them. I really wanted to know who thought it was a good idea to have this many cutscenes filled with QuickTime events. They don't add tension, it's just annoying. Beyond the QuickTime events, there are also many moments where it will load you in a chase scene or an escape scene from a cinematic, and it's super disorienting, and you need to do a very specific series of actions, but it gives you no heads up as to what you're supposed to be doing. The entire time, everything on the screen is exploding, the camera is shifting around, showing you who knows what in the foreground, and the entire screen is shaking like the cameraman has Parkinson's. You end up dying over and over until you figure out what the stupid game wants you to do. It's not fun, it's not scary, it's just frustrating. There is an incredible amount of enemy variety, I gotta say. There's zombies and there's Javos, making up the majority, but the Javos come in like a dozen varieties. After you kill them, they'll come back with like huge arms or legs or flying or bat-like things or crawling like spiders. Unfortunately, first you have to kill them as generic gun-wielding enemies, then you kill them a second time. It makes each encounter feel like they're twice as long. There's also a good number of boss enemies, but too many of them end up being QTE fests without much real strategy. And the game's a bit of a conundrum. So the combat has been made more complex, but each system around it has been simplified. There's no real player agency or choice in how you approach the game. You can now carry every weapon at once. There's no real inventory management. You can't upgrade your weapons. Resource management is basically non-existent. There's zero exploration. You're just constantly running to this intrusive marker on the screen. The game gives you almost no choice, and it's really just a turn off your brain kind of game. And there's a ton of little gameplay things that irritate me. You know, like the way the camera shifts down when you sprint. The way the camera is far too zoomed in. The way the camera will focus on some story element, taking control away from you, even in the middle of a battle. Melee attacks don't lock on enemies and have a really short range. You know, having to prepare healing items and the healing system in general. The inventory system or lack of one. The way they got rid of the weapon upgrades. The constant QTE event. The enemies that can leap at you from across the level. The readability of enemies and bosses is terrible, and I never know if I'm attacking the right weak point or just wasting ammo. The co-op partner that's constantly either on top of you blocking your view or 10 miles away when you're waiting for them at a level transition. It's just one frustrating system after another, and it makes the whole thing kind of come down a level. And it's kind of sad because the gunplay itself is pretty decent, but it's everything it's wrapped up in. The QTEs, the cinematics, the chase scenes, the over-the-top explosions. Like, if they just leaned more into the gameplay, and then they advanced the systems more, like weapon upgrades, more choices, a working map system, exploration, I think this game could have been so much better. So final thoughts. This game failed for me in almost every respect. And it's not like Capcom didn't try here. This game is really ambitious. They've probably spent more money and development time than most games in the series. You know, there are 4 full campaigns with a ton of unique content, each with custom UI elements, enemies, cinematics, gameplay. It's just that the game has a serious case of schizophrenia. It tried to appeal to everyone and ended up appealing to almost no one. Each campaign tried to appease a different group, but when you add it together, it doesn't equal a coherent game. There are brief moments that work, a fun set piece here, or a killer enemy design, but then there are 20 more ideas that just don't work out. I think this is a perfect example of more is not always better, and quality over quantity. I would prefer a well-paced 8-hour game over this 20-hour mess. As I said, I wanted to come at this from both a Resident Evil perspective and as a generic action game. I have to say it fails in both respects. This is the Resident Evil game that most veered away from its roots. It abandons all pretense of survival horror for for action and explosions. There's no resource management, there's zero exploration, and as a generic action game, it mostly works, but I would still consider it pretty middling. The actual gameplay sections are fine, but they're constantly broken up by annoying QTE, instant death chase scenes, and the cover shooting sections are just bad and drag on for much of the game. And when I died, I rarely felt like I did something wrong, or rather, I didn't follow the very narrow gameplay path that the developers wanted me to follow. So in the end, I'm not saying this is the worst game ever. It's not broken like Superman 64 or something, but for me, it's the worst Resident Evil game, and just a mediocre action game that falls short of contemporary releases. You might find some fun here playing in co-op if you can overlook the shortcoming, but if you're looking for a real Resident Evil experience, I would avoid this game at all costs. So I'm going to end the video there. I do appreciate everyone who has watched. Please drop me a comment with any thoughts, like and subscribe, and keep out for my next episode, which will probably be in the next couple of weeks. Thanks again. Tonight we will be discussing Resident Evil Revelations. And this is another spin-off game that I had never actually played before. This came out during a period in the series that I was mostly just over the Resident Evil franchise. Resident Evil 6 had left just such a bad first impression with that demo release that I swore off the game and really just stopped caring about the series for a couple of years until Resident Evil 7 was released. So Revelations 2 was released back in 2015, and even though this game was designed for home consoles, in my mind it was the sequel to that portable game and just not really worth checking out. But now that I finally played this game, I realized I made a big mistake. Both of the Revelations games are really quite good. They feel more like classic Resident Evil games than the mainline games released during this era. They're a bit smaller scale and episodic, but I honestly think that works in the game's favor. So now I'm coming to this game for the first time in 2025, and I gotta say, it largely holds up. Graphically, it looks pretty nice still. This game is now about 10 years old. Kind of crazy to think 2015 is a decade ago. And while it's not quite as huge in scale and with a lot less variety, I'd say it looks pretty comparable to Resident Evil 6, which was a 2012 release, about 2.5 years prior to the release of Revelations 2. But that game was a much bigger budget. This is kind of like a spin-off budget title in my mind. Overall, there's a good cohesion to all the locations in the game. I liked the art direction of the island. The enemies are really frightening looking, though there are a limited number of models that get repeated pretty frequently. The playable characters are all modeled nicely, have a good look to them, plus there are a bunch of silly alternate costumes available. There's an occasional lower resolution texture here or there, but otherwise, it holds up quite nicely for being 10 years old. So let's talk about the structure of the game and the story of the game. First off, this game was originally released episodically, and upon release of the final chapter, a complete version was released. The game is structured almost like a television show with a preview of the next episode and a recap between each episode. It makes sense with the episodic release structure, but feels a bit redundant when you're playing them back to back in the full release. Each episode is separated into 2 chapters, one from Claire Redfield and Moira Burton's perspective, and the other from Barry Burton and Natalia Corda. Moira being the daughter of Barry Burton from the original Resident Evil, and Natalia is an orphan girl whose parents died in the Terra Grigia attack, which ties back into the first Revelations game. Unlike the previous Revelations game that had a large number of perspectives, I really like how this game focuses on a smaller cast of characters, and there's a really strong family story that's told here. And the game here takes place between Resident Evil 5 and 6, and it starts out with Claire working for a company named TerraSave. They're a biohazard prevention agency, and Moira is a new hire. The company is attacked at an event, and Claire and Moira are kidnapped and wake up on a creepy island. They explore a prison and run into these new infected enemies known as the Afflicted, who are more like horror movie slasher monsters like Leatherface or Jason, relentlessly rushing and screaming. They also constantly receive messages from a mysterious voice through a band attached on their wrist who comes to be known as the Overseer. Moira refuses to use any guns and primarily shines a flashlight or uses melee weapons. And the pair escape the prison and explore the island, and then send a message for help from a radio tower that they find. And that's where the Barry Burton section picks up. Barry Burton has just arrived on the same island, and he very quickly runs into Natalia, a young mysterious girl who appears to have powers. She can sense the monsters on the island. She primarily uses power to identify enemies and weak points on those enemies, but she can also pick up bricks to use as weapons. There's a new enemy called the Revenant, who are kind of like the Regenerators from Resident Evil 4. You have to use Natalia to identify the weak spots on them and then shoot them. This pair makes their way through much of the same path that Claire and Moira had gone through in the first section, and they eventually find their way to the radio tower, where we learn that the call for help that Barry is following is actually 6 months old. And this is essentially the format for most of the game. Claire and Moira explore a location, and then Burton and Natalia will explore the same location 6 months later with a slightly different layout, encounters, and story beats. So Claire and Moira explore a small village area with a bar and several buildings. They also run into some other survivors abducted from TerraSave. The Overseer's voice comes over and taunts the player many times and sets up tons of traps and scenarios. It kind of feels a bit like Saw at times. They look for parts for a helicopter, but upon fixing it, the Overseer calls in an attack and nearly everyone dies. And you learn that this is all some sick experiment and everyone has been infected with a new virus, and if you get too scared, you transform into a new type of infected. Claire and Moira run into Natalia, but lose her very shortly thereafter. This cuts back to Barry and Natalia going through many of the same areas of the village, except now there are these invisible bugs that only Natalia can see, that Barry has to shoot before they get to you and one-shot kill you. They reach the central tower of the island and are ambushed by the Overseer, and it cuts to Chapter 3. And here, Claire and Moira are exploring an industrial area and a meat processing plant, and then they go through some sewers. They then head for the central tower on the island, where they run into Neil, a TerraSave boss, who it turns out had betrayed his friends and let them get captured in the original attack. And he seems to have some allegiance to Lonsdale and the FBC, kind of tying this back into the first Revelations game, but the connection was a little bit lost on me. I wasn't completely following the story bit here. Now, Neil is transformed into a giant hulking tyrant-like boss, and a crazy fight ensues, and in the end, either Moira or Claire can take the final shot to put him down, and this single choice will determine if you get the good ending or the bad ending. So if you want the good ending, spoiler, let Moira take that shot on Neil. And it turns out that Moira hates guns because she accidentally shot her sister with one of her father's guns, which strained their relationship. And Barry also holds a lot of guilt as well because he yelled at Moira even though he had left the guns unlocked. Barry has this kind of surrogate father thing going with Natalia, and as a father to an 8-year-old girl and someone who's lost my own parents just a couple years ago, this story stuck pretty close to home for me. So the second half of that chapter cuts back to Barry, who manages to escape from the Overseer with Natalia, and he travels back through the sewers and into a mine facility. And there are a number of puzzles here where you need to move these big generators around on tracks, and then another big boss. And then the Overseer catches you again, but Natalia does something to frighten her away and the chapter ends. And this cuts back to Claire and Moira, who climb to the top of that tower and they find the Overseer, and it's revealed that the Overseer is actually Alex Wesker, sister to Albert Wesker, who monologues to you for several minutes. And I guess the plan was that she took over this island and started experimenting on the locals. And this new virus she created is somehow key to immortality, and particularly overcoming fear is the critical point to overcoming mortality, I guess. And this comes into play because Natalia, the little girl, survived the Terra Grigia attack and is basically afraid of nothing. So Alex actually wants to use Natalia as a vessel to kind of like transfer her consciousness, it seems like. It's a little vague how all this, you have to read through some files and stuff, but that's kind of the gist of what she's trying to do here. The crazy part is she monologues and tells you all this stuff, And then she lifts her gun to her head and she shoots herself. And this triggers a self-destruct, and Claire and Moira have 5 minutes to escape the tower. On the way out, Moira gets trapped under some rubble and appears to die as Claire barely jumps to safety in time. And then this cuts back to Barry, who is with a rescued Claire on the mainland, who finds out Moira is dead. And then the game cuts to 6 months later. Barry receives a message from Moira, returns to the island, starting the game. So Barry and Natalia pass through a toxic mine before reaching Alex's research facility that looks suspiciously like the Spencer mansion. They encounter Alex, who injects herself again and further mutates, and you have a boss fight with Alex. Now here's where that good and bad ending come into play. So if you had Moira take the shot on Neil, she will appear and rescue Barry. It turns out that she survived the tower collapse and lived for 6 months on the island. She saves Barry. They escape. And then there is another fight with Alex. And Claire shows up in a helicopter. She fights with a sniper rifle where Barry is on the ground using his pistols. And then, of course, a rocket launcher is involved. And Alex gets taken down for good. They all escape on the helicopter together. And then it cuts to sometime later. Claire is traveling in a car and she's hearing all about the China situation from Resident Evil 6. And she's kind of just ignoring that and says that Piers is going to take care of it, even though Piers, I think, would have been dead by this point. But I digress. She goes to Barry's house with a present. And Moira and Natalia and Barry all live together. It seems like Natalia has been adopted. But then it cuts to Natalia. And she's acting kind of creepy and reading Kafka, which was what Alex was reading. And it's kind of implied that Alex may have actually transferred consciousness, or maybe there's a shared consciousness. Something's going on. I don't know if they're setting up a future plot point here, but it is kind of a happy ending, but kind of a downer as well. So that's the story, and I feel like it's pretty strong. It's not this huge world-ending threat like the last couple games, but instead a more personal story about a father trying to save his daughter. On a character level, it is one of the stronger stories, and it really resonated with me. I loved that Barry got a larger part. He's been missing since that original game, and I kind of love the little father-daughter thing he had going on with almost all the characters. And I really just got his due that I felt he deserved all the way from the original game. He was pretty awesome in that game. And beyond the campaign, there's also a raid mode, much like the first Resident Evil Revelations game. And you can play this solo or cooperatively, and it's basically like a horde mode where you revisit kind of remixed locations from the base game to earn points and upgrade your character, upgrade weapons, earn weapons. I've only put an hour or so into this, just poking around with it. It seems really cool. I've read that it's pretty comparable to the first game. I plan to put some more time into this, but it definitely will extend the replayability of this game. So let's talk about gameplay. This game plays very similarly to the first Revelations game, except you can switch between the two primary characters at any time, very much like Resident Evil 0, but I think they actually got that switching mechanic correct here, where 0 is kind of frustrating. The AI works quite well and generally stays out of trouble. You mostly use the switching mechanic to solve puzzles or to utilize some ability or tool the other character possesses. Otherwise, the controls are quite responsive. You can move and aim in typical Resident Evil fashion, but you also get a new dodge button. You can also quick switch between 4 weapons, and there's a quick press for throwing grenades or using healing items. You can also move and shoot, something that not a lot of these games have, but you do move pretty slow, so I think it's kind of compensated for. And the game is quite scary, both from the atmosphere, but also from the number of enemies and the lack of resources the game provides. Early on, I constantly felt like I needed to avoid enemies or simply run away. And there are a few sequences early on that were a bit frustrating, where the game clearly is throwing more enemies than you have the bullets to kill, but I wasn't always clear on how they wanted me to progress, how to avoid them, what was the next thing to trigger to move the story forward, basically. It wasn't much of an issue later. I ended up getting so much ammo, by the end of the game it was actually kind of easy. And there's also frequent saves, so if you do die, it just takes you back like 30 seconds, so it's not like you're losing a lot of progress or anything. And it does lead to some very adrenaline-filled moments early on in the game. The game also gives you a decent amount of options to customize your playstyle. There are weapon kits spread around the map which allow you to upgrade your weapons, both increasing damage, capacity, reload speed, but also adding new mechanics like burst fire or charge shots. You also earn points while playing that you can use between chapters to upgrade skills that augment your weapons and abilities, and there's also a ton of hidden items to find that increase things like ammo capacity or inventory space. And with all these different upgrade mechanics, it gives you a good incentive to scour the locations for secrets. There's tons of secrets all over the place here. So a lot of exploration in this game. There's also a rudimentary crafting system here that feels a lot like The Last of Us. You know, crafting Molotov cocktail, smoke bombs, exploding bombs, and such from scavenged resources. You also craft healing items like bandages to stop you from bleeding out and wipes to wipe your eyes from certain enemies that explode. Otherwise, you're blinded for a time. And overall, I gotta say, the gameplay here is much more my style than Resident Evil 6, which was the last game I played through. The combat is slower paced and more methodical. There are encounters that feel like every shot counts, and the slower pace lets you really think about your next move. There are real survival horror aspects, and resource management is really required. You get way more option to customize your playthrough, and the game gives you reasons to explore, and the locations are much more reminiscent of the earlier games. You don't feel like you're just sprinting through to the next set piece. The game also has a lot of puzzles. Some of them involve the character switching mechanic, using one character to turn a crank to open a sluice, while the other travels through, that sort of thing. There's also frequent puzzles used to unlock chests that got kind of repetitive. I just wish there was a way to skip this. That's a little frustrating. But the normal puzzles overall were pretty inventive. Overall, a ton more puzzles than the last few mainline games, but nothing that really took that much brain power or frustration. So, final thoughts. I really enjoyed the Revelations games, and would love for Capcom to work on more small-scale projects like this between the larger games. Fill in the big gaps in the timeline between games, or make a game that explores an event that was only described but never experienced in the game. The episodic structure is also interesting. While I think that industry has mostly turned away from this experiment, I think this formula can still work for a project of this scope. The only real negatives I can think of here is some of the backtracking through the same area as Barry could feel a bit tedious, but things have changed enough with new enemies and routes that it's only a minor complaint. I would also have appreciated a full map. You can find maps in the overworld, but it just sticks a mini-map in the corner of your screen with no way to access the full view. I've really found it surprising that I've found myself enjoying the spin-off Revelation games more than the mainline games that came between them. You know, this is a smaller scale game, but it also feels way more personal, has a great story. The gameplay is quite fun, and it's a good balance between the older Resident Evil styles and the more modern action-packed games. It has a good balance of action, survival, exploration, resource management that make this, in my mind, a true Resident Evil experience. So if you've avoided the Revelations games because you thought they were spin-offs or not a true Resident Evil game, I think you might have made a mistake, as these games are totally worth checking out. Alright, so we're going to end it there. I do appreciate everyone who has watched through the series. If you enjoy this, if you got any comments, please drop a message below. Like, subscribe, all that jazz, and just keep an eye out. I'll have future videos. It may be more like 2 weeks between them as these games get longer later in the series, and I'm also doing some trips this summer, but I will try to release them at a decent cadence. Again, thank you and have a good night. And tonight we will be discussing Resident Evil 7. This game was released back in 2017 and really reinvigorated my love for the series. If you've been watching my previous videos, you know I started playing the Resident Evil series way back in the 90s with the original game, and loved it and followed the series very closely until falling off after the release of Resident Evil 6. But with the release of Resident Evil 7, my expectations were pretty low after the last couple of games. When I did finally play it, I realized this game is really incredible. Resident Evil 7 took the series back to its roots, pulled back on the excesses of Resident Evil 6. You know, it has a limited number of enemies, weapons, and locations, but each feels very cohesive and well thought out. It seems like a response to Resident Evil 6, which was the longest and most densely packed game in the series, but it failed at the Resident Evil core component. Instead, Resident Evil 7 makes those key elements, including exploration, horror, and resource management, the most important part of the experience. And the horror in particular was really pushed to the forefront by Capcom. You know, this is not only one of the scariest Resident Evil games, in my opinion, it's just one of the scariest games of all time. And I think Capcom took the complaints that Resident Evil 6 lacked horror as a challenge and made that a priority here. It starts with the shift in perspective. This is the first game in the series played from the first-person perspective. This new perspective changes the game from watching a character navigate these horrific experiences to actually feeling like a participant. It gives you a level of intimacy and immediacy that is hard to replicate in the third person or the fixed camera angle games. The monsters in this game also elevate the experience. The family is perhaps the greatest group of adversarial characters the series has ever produced. They're menacing and unrelenting, but they also appear lucid and communicate with you throughout. When you come to learn that they are largely innocent and will want a loving family that are now simply puppets of Eveline while still being conscious deep inside, it really humanizes them and it lets you feel empathy for them while still remaining terrified. The other enemies are mostly made up of the molded. These are zombie-like creatures that are truly terrifying. The way they look, the way they move and sound is quite unnerving. The way you first encounter them in the basement, covered in mold and the wet, squelching sounds everything makes, and the distant thumping from other rooms and floors, it makes every step you take into those early environments a conscious effort to not run away in terror. There are also far fewer encounters in this game than the other typical Resident Evil games from this era, but every single one feels absolutely terrifying the first time through. And beyond the enemies, it's really the atmosphere that sells the horror here. Everything feels more grounded and realistic, which is largely accomplished through the amazing graphics. The game looks absolutely amazing even now 7 years later. This is at least partially through the use of photogrammetry, which makes use of photographing real-life objects to create hyper-realistic models. The locations, the objects in the environment, and the characters all feel like they could exist in the real world. The realistic graphics and locations help to ground the game and increase the tension as you slowly explore the dilapidated house and grounds. The audio is also worth mentioning. The clomping sounds as the members of the family search the home for you, the squelching noise of the mold-infested basement, and even your own footsteps and the noise your weapons make all feel realistic and contribute to the sense that you're exploring a real location. So the basic premise here is that Ethan Winters receives a message from his long-presumed dead wife Mia and is called to a mysterious plantation home in the swamps of Louisiana. Ethan explores the house and immediately things feel off. The house appears abandoned with rotting food, dead animals. Pretty quickly you find Mia. She first seems kind of lucid, but soon goes crazy and tries to kill you and literally tries to cut off your hand. You're also introduced to Jack Baker, and you have a nice family dinner where your hand is stapled back in place without much comment. You meet the other members of the family, Mother Marguerite and the son Lucas, and Grandma who is catatonic. It seems they have a really nice welcoming family dynamic here, doesn't it? Ethan manages to escape from dinner and plays a game of cat and mouse with Jack. You receive calls throughout this area from Zoe, the final member of the family, who appears lucid and unaffected like the others, and who gives you direction throughout the game. You find your way to the basement full of moldy zombies, who are some of the most horrifying monsters the series has ever produced. You fight Jack so many times. Run him over and burn him. He shoots himself in the face just to taunt you. You chainsaw him literally in half and finally escape from the main house. From here, Ethan reaches the backyard, and there's an RV, which is probably the coziest safe zone this game ever gives you. You explore an old house that is flooded and full of annoying bugs, and you avoid Marguerite, who commands the bugs. You fight her in one of the craziest fight scenes the series has ever produced, and it maybe goes on just a little bit too long. You play a sick, Saw-like game with Lucas, who plays the part of Jigsaw, who likes to torture vagrants that the family kidnaps. You play his games avoiding traps and killing the molded until you reach a testing chamber that feels like an old-school point-and-click adventure game. And you eventually break out by cheating after watching an old tape that shows you how to sequence break his game. And after escaping from Lucas, Ethan runs into Zoe and Mia, and they manage to create 2 samples of a serum to cure the mold. Jack returns one final time with a bunch of eyeballs. and you have to use one of the 2 serums on Jack to finish him off. You then are left with the choice to give the remaining serum sample to either Zoe or Mia. Mia being your wife, but also the one who's tried to kill you, or Zoe the woman who's tried to help you every step of the way. I always pick Mia because that's the canon choice and it makes sense to save your wife, and Zoe also gets saved in the DLC, so she makes it out in either case. Then Ethan and Mia escape on a boat, and they find a derelict freighter, and they are attacked by Eveline. You then wake up as Mia, and you have to search this derelict freighter for Ethan. There's a flashback scene here showing Mia prior to arriving at the Bakers. She was transporting a young girl named Eveline, who is a bioweapon created by a group known as the Connections. The girl then starts to appear and has visions haunting the playable character. And after a rather action-packed section on the boat against a number of molded, you eventually find Ethan, who takes back over as the point-of-view character. In the final act, Ethan travels through a salt mine and back through the basement of the house to finally confront Eveline where the game started out. He injects her with a serum, and it's revealed that Eveline is the old woman who's been following you throughout the house in a wheelchair. She suffered from accelerated aging, she still has the mind of a child, and transformed the Bakers out of some longing for a family of her own. She turns into a monstrous beast, and the final showdown here is rather short. Then a very weird-looking Chris Redfield shows up out of nowhere to tie this all back into the Resident Evil series, and the credits roll. There's also a few DLCs, one of which has you mopping up the last remaining family member, Lucas, played as Chris, and another has you taking the role of Joe Baker, an unmentioned brother of Jack who returns to save Zoe. Overall, I really like the story here. These are some of the most horrific enemies the game has ever produced, but also some of the most sympathetic. I constantly wanted to both kill the family, but also really wanted to save them all. The story is largely standalone, and there's very little connective tissue to the other Resident Evil games, until Village retcons a few elements and brings it all together. Ethan is largely a stand-in for the player, and while not mute, he lacks much in the way of strong personality. I did like that most of his lines are some variation of what the fuck is going on here. It feels like the first character in the series that encounters all this weird shit and actually has a real reaction to it like a normal person would. Overall, this is one of the stronger stories in the series, and it really sets the stage for the next few mainline releases, and in my mind is probably setting the stage for Resident Evil Requiem as well. Now let's talk about the gameplay. The gameplay in this game is slower paced than the last few mainline games, and that's a good thing in my mind. It really gives you time to appreciate the location, and you feel a sense of presence, rather than just sprinting from one location to another. The combat is now first person, with a greater emphasis on aiming and setting up shots, and feels a lot more methodical. In the beginning you feel pretty weak, and every encounter is something to overcome, though towards the end, like most of these games, I had enough resources that it really lost a lot of that tension. At times, the game feels like an indie horror game, like Outlast or Amnesia. This is especially true in some of the found footage section, where you find these tapes and they play out the last moments of some of the previous victims of the Baker family. You have no weapons and largely follow a very scripted scenario. These are quite terrifying, but they can also be a bit frustrating if you deviate from the intended path, and you might need to replay them. And the scale here is much more reserved than Resident Evil 6, and largely takes place in just one homestead and the surrounding environment. It feels like a direct response to the overly large, yet underutilized locations in Resident Evil 6. In that game, you would sprint through the entire area, barely getting a feel for anything before it was over. In this game, you spend 8 hours exploring just a few houses, a derelict ship, and a salt mine, but it felt more rewarding, and that sense of exploration from the original games is really well utilized here. There's also a sense of claustrophobia in these smaller scale locations, like you're trapped here with the horror without any means of escape. The game does kind of peak in the first few hours. The initial introduction to the Baker family and the main house is just about the peak of the entire series. The rest of the game is still good, but never quite reaches those highs again. And I'll mention that the ship section feels out of place. It's more action-based, it's also a bit repetitive as you go through the same area a few times in the present and in a video flashback. And it loses much of that exploration aspect that the previous areas really rewarded you with, and is much more linear. Luckily, it is only about an hour long, but it's easily the weakest section of the game. There's also a good number of puzzles in this game. You know, there are the shadow puzzles where you need to manipulate these 3D objects in space to create a specific shadow design. And there are lots of item puzzles where you need to use the correct object in the right location, adventure game style. There's also a really crazy mousetrap-like scene where you need to solve a series of puzzles using a bunch of objects. It's maybe one of the most difficult but satisfying puzzles in the entire series. Overall, I think the gameplay is really strong here, but it's not as action-packed as many of the other recent titles in the series. There is action here, but it's much more reserved and restrained. This is true of most of the game. It's a shorter game with fewer locations, but each location is more densely packed with puzzles, encounters, and scares. Perhaps the only complaint I could make on the game is that it's a bit short and has a limited amount of replayability. There's no true New Game Plus mode, and no Mercenary mode. There are a few DLCs that help fill the gap. I feel as a full-price title, this turns some people off, but as the gold edition to this game can be had for next to nothing these days, that length argument doesn't hold much weight anymore, and I think it's perfectly paced with the length of the game. So final thoughts. I absolutely love this game. It nearly perfectly takes those classic Resident Evil mechanics of exploration, horror, and resource management, and refines them to work in a modern context. The game is scary, tense, and atmospheric in a way that can make the game difficult to play at times. Perhaps the only negative I can think of is the short length and limited extra content, but I think the base game is nearly perfectly paced, and it really accomplishes what it set out to do. This is the game that renewed my love for the series, and in my mind really started what has become the golden era for the Resident Evil series. Every release since this game has been excellent, and I think largely uses this game as a guidepost for how to build a modern Resident Evil game. So I really recommend everyone play this game. You don't need to have any knowledge of the series, as this game is largely standalone and works as a great entry point even for new players to the series. So I'm going to end it there. I really appreciate everyone who watches, who drops me a comment with any thoughts, if you would like, and subscribe, and I just want to thank you again, and have a good night, everybody. And tonight we will be discussing Resident Evil 2 Remake. In 2019, 2 years after the release of the spectacular and series redefining Resident Evil 7, Capcom released a remake of one of the most beloved games in the series. This release continued the series' miraculous turn after the disastrous launch of Resident Evil 6. This is the first in a new series of remakes that Capcom produced that respected the original games, but updated the gameplay, graphics, and story to be more palatable to modern gamers. The remake updated the gameplay from the fixed camera angles of the original to a third-person perspective, but otherwise it feels very similar to the original. The locations are largely the same, and in some cases the layout is similar enough that you can use your existing knowledge from the original game to navigate around that police station. I think most critically, this remake retained the key survival horror aspects of the original trilogy, and reined in the action to produce a very terrifying yet fun game. The original Resident Evil 2 has long been one of my favorites in the series, and there were rumors for a long time that Capcom might be working on a remake. I can remember just like the fever pitch of anticipation before this got announced, and then after announcement, people were like, can they really live up to that original game? And that original game is quite special, and if you watched my video on the original, you remember that I played it originally on the Nintendo 64, which is certainly not the best way to play that game, but I really do love the original Resident Evil 2. And the remake really stands up. I think they both are special in different ways, and we'll get into that. But today I'm playing the remake on my PC in ultra-wide with basically everything maxed out. And this game looks great, and is basically a perfect replication of the 20-year-old environments into 3D. While I think the smaller locations of Resident Evil 7 may be better realized and look more realistic at times, the size and scope of this game is much larger. The character models look quite good and are very detailed, though I think they could use a few more zombie models, as you do start to recognize the few faces the game uses over and over. With that said, they're still terrifying to look at, and the way they take damage and fall apart is truly horrific. The locations are also quite well realized, and full of detailed objects and decorations, and everything has a real lived-in end-of-the-world feeling. And beyond the visuals, the audio is very well executed here as well. The sounds the zombies make, the hissing and the moaning adds a lot to the scare factor. The music's also quite well done, and you start to recognize certain action cues, so when you need to be ready for a fight. The voice acting and line reading is also top-notch, and a lot more serious than in the original game, and makes the characters feel more like real people. Now let's talk about the structure of the game and the story. So this game starts with the selection of either Leon Kennedy, a rookie cop traveling to Raccoon City for his first day on the force, or Claire Redfield, the sister of Chris Redfield, who is searching for her missing brother. Depending on the character you pick, the game will be slightly different. The majority of the environments are the same, but each character has a few unique locations to visit, and the puzzles, item locations, weapons, and enemy encounters, and boss fights do sometimes differ. After you beat the game, there's also a second run where you play as the other character, playing out events differently, and the only way to see the true ending. So technically there are 4 distinct playthroughs here. You know, you have Leon A to Claire B, and Claire A to Leon B. The differences here are much smaller than the original game, and really just 2 playthroughs give you about 90% of the available content. And regardless of which character you pick, these 2 characters meet at a gas station in the outskirts of Raccoon City. There they are attacked by a pack of zombies, and they steal a police car and travel into the city together. And after a car accident, Leon and Claire are separated, and they travel different paths through the apocalyptic Raccoon City, avoiding the dead, and they quickly reach the police department. And the police department is quite similar to the original game, in that it is this giant puzzle box that slowly unfolds and requires a ton of exploration. You find keys, you solve puzzles, you unlock different weapons, which are again unique for each character. In addition to a ton of zombies, you're also quickly introduced to the iconic Licker. These guys are pretty frightening, and early on it can be best to just avoid them when possible. The remake also introduces Mr. X pretty early, who will relentlessly follow you around the police station. This is a change from the original game, where he was not even introduced until your second playthrough.
You need help.
Eventually, you make your way to an underground facility, where you fight the mutated William Birkin for the first time. And things start to diverge here a bit, where Claire meets Sherry Birkin, daughter of William, and Leon meets with Ada Wong. And this is where the 2 campaigns start to differ a little bit. So Sherry ends up getting kidnapped by Chief Irons, who is a demented serial killer, and Claire has to go and rescue her. And there's actually a section here where you play as Sherry, and in Leon's campaign, he spends more time in the sewers, and there's a section where you actually play as Ada. So that's the biggest difference between the 2 campaigns. Now, eventually, Claire manages to reach the orphanage and save Sherry, and they have a final showdown with Mr. X, who's chasing them, and gets eviscerated by William Birkin, which is odd because Leon fights and defeats Mr. X in his campaign, so how does he die twice? There are some inconsistencies here if you play these campaigns back to back. But in either case, Claire winds up in the sewers searching for Sherry, and you run into some new creatures to take down, and you find a bunch of chess pieces, and you have another fight with an even more mutated William, where you have to knock him off by launching cargo containers, and then you ride a train to escape after finding Sherry. And eventually both scenarios converge at the underground lab. The lab is full of these plant monsters that you have to burn to a crisp to prevent them from coming back to life. Then you have a final fight against William with the help of his wife Annette. And Sherry is saved, but Annette ends up dying. Now there are alarm bells ringing, and it's time to finally escape the lab. But you have one final confrontation on the train with William. Leon and Claire work together to stop him and escape. And then they adopt Sherry, or at least I wish they did. So I guess things turn out okay for her if you've played Resident Evil 6 or watched my video on that. So the overall story here is pretty simple, and I love it for keeping it simple. It's just 2 normal people thrown into this incredible situation, and the struggle to escape. The later game makes things so complicated, but you really don't need to know any of that to enjoy this story and the characters. That's not to say that there's not more going on here, and by reading the notes and files, you won't get some deeper connection to the series, but rather the human story is the main driving force here. And the acting is much improved. Moments like Sherry losing her mom are done with a lot more gravitas than the older games could ever handle. And I think overall the acting and the story is quite well done here. The gameplay in the remake here is a great half step between the classic Resident Evil games and the more action-focused games like Resident Evil 4. You're given a good level of control over your character, but when you aim, it takes a second for your reticule to center to get the best shots. It makes you slow down and really think about each shot you take. The enemies also take an incredible amount of ammo to take down. The amount of bullets it can take to kill even a basic zombie can feel insane. I'm talking 8 pistol shots for them to go down sometimes. Then they may randomly get back up 1 or 2 more times as you pass through the area. I fired 100 SMG bullets into the head of a zombie to take them down. And it keeps every fight tense and encourages you to avoid combat, but also does start to get annoying after you need to travel through the same hall full of zombies a few times. You think you've cleared it, and then a zombie you've killed twice already just randomly gets back up. I usually end up clearing a specific path through the police station and using it almost exclusively, even if it takes me longer to get around. Because of how quickly even a few zombies can take you down and how much ammo it takes to put them down for good, it helps maintain a sense of tension and fear that few games in the series match. I think for outright scares, this game comes in just behind Resident Evil 7, but that game goes for more of an atmospheric and body horror, where here the horror is the terror of being torn apart by ravenous and unstoppable zombies. The other enemies in the game are also equally terrifying. The Lickers, just a great enemy. They can quickly pounce across the room and take half your health. The first time you try to walk by one without notice will leave your heart racing as you're just trying to slowly move across the room as they track you by sound and not movement or vision. But the real star of the show here is Mr. X. He starts chasing you pretty early on in the police station, and he is one of the scariest enemies the series has ever introduced. The way he's always active in the police station, and the way you could hear him relentlessly searching for you as you try to avoid him, is one of the best additions in the game, as it is much more expanded from the original. In that game, you do not even encounter him until your second playthrough, and it was really just a few scripted sequences when you did encounter him in that second playthrough. Here, for a good half of the game, he's just wandering the police station looking for you. It's not scripted. I mean, there are a couple of scripted moments, but for the most part, he is just actively in an area of the police station where you can roll up on him, or he can randomly roll up on you, and you better get to a safe zone or run away quickly. And like most games in this series, I started out feeling very weak and lacking resources, but by the end of the game, I was so well stocked to begin to lose some of that fear. I also think the game peaks in the police station. This is one of the best and most realized set pieces the series has ever produced, and basically none of the later areas quite live up to those first few hours. And I need to touch on the zapping system that was such a big part of the original game, but is less well utilized here. In the original game, each campaign was much more divergent, with totally different encounters and bosses, and you really needed to play multiple times to get the full experience. In the remake, you can really see the majority of the content with just a single playthrough, and the A/B playthroughs reuse a lot of the same fights, even when it doesn't make sense from a story perspective. If you only plan to play through a single time, this is an improvement, but it gives you less of an incentive to replay the game and really dampers what was one of the coolest components of the original release. So final thoughts. This is an excellent remake, and I totally recommend everyone play it today. But I think both the original and the remake have different things going for them. The original made better use of the zapping system. There were bigger changes in the subsequent playthroughs, and being able to leave items behind for the other player was pretty fun. The remake still has the multiple playthroughs, but the differences are much more superficial, and you don't get any opportunity to leave items for your other playthrough. Though I do like how they introduce Mr. X in the first playthrough. I imagine a lot of players never saw him in the original game because they only beat the game a single time, and it does add so much to the experience here. These games are different enough, and each one has its own strengths, and for this reason, I think that if you are a fan of the series, you should really give both of these games a playthrough, as they both fall into the upper echelon in the Resident Evil series. If you're looking for a more classic Resident Evil experience, check out the original Resident Evil 2, and if you want a more modern take on that same game, check out the remake. But I would say if you're a fan of the series, go for both of them. Play both of them in the end. Okay, so we're going to end it there. Again, thank you for watching, everybody. We're coming pretty close to the end. Just a few more videos, and I'll also be doing a ranking video giving my thoughts on the series overall and where each game falls in my overall ranking. But just thank you again for watching. If you enjoyed this, like, subscribe, drop me a comment with any thoughts, and have a great night, everybody. Hey, what's up everyone? Thunderbob here. And with the impending release of Resident Evil Village, I've decided to go back and play Resident Evil 3, a game that I missed at launch. I've played nearly every Resident Evil game, but somehow I skipped both Resident Evil 3 Remake and the original Resident Evil 3 Nemesis for the PlayStation 1. I've enjoyed the series immensely and have really been amazed at how well they've transitioned out of the weak middle years of Resident Evil 5 and 6 to create some truly amazing games like Resident Evil 7 and the Resident Evil 2 Remake. Resident Evil 3 takes place concurrently with the events of Resident Evil 2, though you do see the city from a different perspective, that of Jill Valentine and Carlos. Jill is simply trying to escape the city and expose Umbrella as the cause of the outbreak, while Carlos is an Umbrella employee with a mysterious motive. Unfortunately, this remake does not quite live up to the high bar set by its predecessors. It's quite a bit shorter than Resident Evil 2, which was already a short game. My playthrough took around 6 hours. A single playthrough of Resident Evil 2 Remake, by comparison, was around 8 hours, and the game also gave you an incentive to play through multiple times. The game also feels considerably more streamlined. It lacks much of the exploration and backtracking that made the police station so much fun in the previous game. While the city streets are interesting, the locations are limited, and it feels much more on rails, like the game's holding your hand. You even visit several of the same locations, but in a much more truncated and limited fashion from the previous game. An already short game has about a third of its runtime spent on existing locations from Resident Evil 2. The expected enemies all show up: zombies, lickers, hunters, but the biggest and most constant threat is the Nemesis. This giant tyrant-like monster is present through much of the game and makes up nearly every boss fight. While it does not chase you for long periods of time like Mr. X did in the previous game, it does show up frequently and provide some exciting set pieces. I did find several of the boss fights against Nemesis overly easy and very long, and I wish the game had a bit more diversity during these fights. If you've played Resident Evil 2 Remake, the gameplay is nearly identical here, with just a few small tweaks. You have a dodge move now, which is useful for evading the weaker enemies, and makes the boss fights that much easier. The selection of weapons is good, and how they're divided between the characters makes sense. But you do get a ton of ammo and supplies, and the game starts to veer more into action game territory and away from the survival horror genre. There's also a multiplayer component that plays like a cross between Resident Evil and Left 4 Dead, but I didn't seem to enjoy it very much and only played a couple of rounds. The graphics are quite good, though much of it feels ripped right out of its predecessor. Performance in particular is spectacular. My RTX 3080 and i7 10700K was able to run the game at 3440 by 1440 with every setting maxed out and maintain a nearly constant 144 frames per second. The sound and music are also quite good, effective, and scary, and create a rather tense atmosphere during the game. The voice acting has some cheesy moments to it, but I feel like that's in keeping with the Resident Evil spirit. Overall, this is an enjoyable entry in the series, but the lack of content and depth, and how similar it is to the previous game, make it difficult to recommend at full price. Luckily, this game can be found on sale frequently for $20, and at that price point, I think it's well worth checking out, especially if you're a fan of the series looking for more before the release of Resident Evil Village. As always, thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this, please feel free to check out some of my other reviews, and think about subscribing. I would appreciate it. Have a great night. The long-awaited continuation of the Resident Evil franchise is finally here, but is it worth the wait? In short, absolutely. Wait, don't leave, because there's more to this review. I've played every mainline Resident Evil game, and many of the side games. In order to understand Resident Evil Village, I'd like to discuss the series for a moment. In my mind, the series can be broken down into 3 distinct eras. Resident Evil 1, 2, 3, 0, and to some extent, Code Veronica fall into one era, the classic era, classic survival horror games. While there was action, it was kind of weak, and the survival horror aspects really took the center stage. It was more about avoiding a fight, completing puzzles, and navigating complex levels, rather than killing everything in sight. Resident Evil 4 was the game that shook up this formula. It still had survival horror elements, but the action was much tighter and made up a much greater percentage of the game. It's a great game, but it did veer pretty far from the roots of those classic games. 4, 5, and 6 make up what I consider that next era. 4 was amazing, but then 5 and 6 took the wrong lessons from that game and largely abandoned the survival horror elements. I feel like 6 nearly destroyed the series. Then, after a long interlude, Resident Evil 7 came out. I feel like this game, as different as it was from the previous games, using the first-person perspective and a single contained level for the entire game, helped bring together the horror elements from the earlier games with the action elements of the later games. And the remakes continued that evolution. Thus, Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes, and Resident Evil Village, in my mind, make up the third modern era of Resident Evil. These games have a lot of action, and it's quite competent, but there's also a lot of tension and a real return to those horror roots. I feel like Resident Evil Village is the culmination of all these previous games into a package that really works for me. I'm not trying to diss any of those older games. They all have strengths, and I really enjoy them. Except for Resident Evil 6. Screw that game. But I really think Capcom has been on a roll lately, and I'm excited for where the series goes from here. First off, the game looks amazing. There are moments of both great beauty and great horror, and the engine really shines while keeping the performance acceptable. The ray tracing, while subtle, definitely adds to some of the locations. My only complaint is I found a few odd situations where the game looked a bit grainy or fuzzy. I believe it was an intentional film-style artifact, but I wish you could disable this effect, as it took me out of some scenes. There's also some occasional unexplainable performance issues. There were some particular rooms or areas that would instantly cut my FPS in half. And sometimes the game would just run really poorly until I restarted it. I believe there's a memory leak or some kind of memory issue in the game. The sound of music is quite good. The music is atmospheric and not particularly intrusive until you hit certain action scenes. The sound effects and voice acting are all top-notch. Ethan's voice acting is also quite good. He's constantly getting hurt, stabbed, maimed, and his voice acting and screams of pain are actually pretty realistic. The story and characters are also quite good, though with a large amount of classic Resident Evil camp. As much as I enjoyed the interesting villains, I wish more time was spent on the backstory and setup of some of these enemies. Lady D and her daughters, which the internet has become so enamored with, are gone quite early and without much detail on them. I personally ended up enjoying the Benevito estate and the Heisenberg factory areas more, which were barely spoiled prior to release. These areas are nearly complete opposites, with one being a psychological experience without any combat, and the other being nearly endless combat arenas, but both end up being quite memorable.
Hey, don't I get a say in this?
Silence! My decision is final. There will be no argument. Remember from whence you came.
Thanks. Huh. Lycans and gentlemen, we thank you for waiting. And now let the games begin! Let's see. Ethan Winters. Get ready. No! 10, 9, 8.
Speaking of scares, this game has them in spades. Things jump out at you, there are moments when you're defenseless and running for your life. There's several sections where an opposing enemy like Mr. X is roaming around while you're trying to avoid certain death. Ethan is maimed, stabbed, tortured, and always feels one step away from death, almost to a comical degree. There are a couple of these moments where you're just running without much chance to fight back, and they want you to go a certain path, and sometimes that path is not always as obvious, and I died a couple of times to things that I don't think were clearly explained, but they were few and far between. That's not to say that you're always defenseless. The action is quite good, and the gunplay feels competent. Enemies will rush you, dodge from you, throw things at you. It feels better than the remakes, in that most enemies can often be downed with a single headshot, rather than dozens, and there's more of a reaction when you fire. The game has several interesting fights against larger enemies, or large groups of weaker enemies, and there's a surprising number of fights against enemies that require some interesting strategies to bring them down. There's also an included mercenary mode, which I found was fun, and I spent several hours going through it, and it really lets the combat shine, and adds to the 8 to 10 hour experience. Overall, I'm quite pleased with the game and highly recommend it. It subtly brings together elements from all three eras of the Resident Evil series, while paving a new pathway for the series. It's an amazing evolution for the series, and it makes me very curious to see what is to come for the Resident Evil franchise, especially with how this game ends. It's quite interesting to say the least. Now, if you enjoyed this review, I have a ton of other reviews, previews, retro and virtual reality content on the channel. If you would like to, please check it out, and if you enjoy it, consider subscribing. I would appreciate it. Thank you again for watching, and everyone have a great night. Today we will be discussing Resident Evil 4. And we've finally made it to the last and most recent Resident Evil game that has been released, at least until Requiem comes out a little bit down the road, and I will definitely cover that game when it comes out. But in the meantime, let's talk about Resident Evil 4 Remake. I have long considered the original Resident Evil 4 one of the best games of all time. And I've played it so many times over the years. I've played it at release on GameCube, on Wii, on the PC, in virtual reality, and most recently the Project HD mod on PC. And it is really a special game for me, and also for gaming in general. It really evolved the Resident Evil formula with more action-focused experience that still respected the spirit of those older games. It was also the game that pushed forward the genre, and I believe inspired many games that were released after, like Dead Space and Gears of War, and a ton of other third-person action horror games. So when the remake was announced, I was excited, but also very worried that there was no way it could hold up to my high expectations based on the original game. I played the remake at release, and I have a few videos on the channel with my initial impressions, which were all very positive. I didn't do a full review at the time, but replaying it today, 2 years after release, I absolutely love the remake. This is how you remake a video game. It takes the best parts of the original and amplifies them, while improving the few small issues of the original. And it really respects the classic Resident Evil formula by making exploration, horror, and resource management even more important than before. And I'm playing the remake today on my PC that's a couple years old at this point. I'm running a 3080 and a 10700K. And the game, it looks absolutely amazing. Unfortunately, performance can be a bit rough at times if you max everything out and you try to utilize ray tracing. I ended up disabling ray tracing, and I found a mod that let me enable DLSS, and I maintained a 60 FPS the majority of the game. There were a couple of moments actually where it seemed to bug out a little bit, and I had to restart. I think it's an issue with the 10 gigabyte limit on my video card, and basically like that fills up, and then the game starts to crap out. It doesn't happen very often, and maybe once or twice I had to restart while I was playing. With that said, the game does look incredible and has so much atmosphere. The environmental effects like fog, puddles, the smoke, and the wet surfaces add so much to the mood. The character models all look amazing and are well animated, and the areas you visit in the game are mostly taken from the original, but have been expanded and built out so much that they feel so much more realistic while still being recognizable. Alright, now let's talk about the story and the structure of the game. This game begins, like the original, with Leon Kennedy being sent into a fictional Spanish village to rescue the president's kidnapped daughter. Leon explores the village, and within a few minutes, he is attacked by crazed villagers named Ganados. The first major fight in the village sets the stage for what is to come, with dozens of infected and a chainsaw-wielding maniac chasing you until a bell rings and everyone leaves as if in a trance. Then we get one of the best title cards in the series. From here you visit several different areas of the village, including a farm, a lakeside fishing settlement, a church, and a ton of other random buildings. Most of these are ripped right out of the original, but expanded in interesting ways. Leon also meets Mendez, who infects him with the Las Plagas parasite, and he is the leader of the village. Leon fights a giant fish monster known as the Del Lago, like the original, but there's an expanded section where you explore by boat a few different locations filled with treasures. And on the way back to the church, Leon has his first encounter with El Gigante. With the help of his dog, he does take him down. And during this time, you're introduced to Luis, an ex-Umbrella scientist and a total ladies' man, whose role feels quite expanded in the remake versus the original. You save Ashley and she tags along with you for most of the game, and you eventually fight the village elder Mendez before traveling to the castle. And in the castle, Leon meets Ramon Salazar, the most flamboyant Resident Evil villain in the series, though he just feels a smidge toned down from the original game. You travel through the outer battlements of the castle, avoiding catapults, and you use a cannon to blow open a door. You jump over chandeliers, and you go into the basement, and you fight these really crazy blind Garrador enemies. You lose Ashley, and you find her again multiple times. You briefly play as Ashley in a section that has you running for your life, mostly defenseless, from these suits of armor infected with the Las Plagas, until she saves Leon in an inverse of the original game. And as you progress, Leon and Ashley get sicker with the Las Plagas infection. Luis provides some medicine that will slow the progress and points you toward a cure. Leon travels through the destroyed ballroom and fights a bunch of bugs, and then confronts Salazar, only to get dropped down into an underground area. There, Leon and Luis team up and ride a minecart that is totally ridiculous, and I think an improvement on the original. And just as you and Luis appear to be becoming best buds, Krauser shows up and kills him, and you have a knife fight until Ada intervenes. And Leon gets a rematch against Salazar, just as Ashley is once again kidnapped, this time by Krauser. The Salazar fight feels a bit more dynamic than the original, as he can move around the battlefield, but he still goes down pretty fast to a few magnum shots. And then Ada and Leon travel to an island together before she bails, like usual. Leon explores the island, which was my least favorite part of the original game, but it has been improved somewhat. It's a bit shorter and more focused, and the last few areas really feel like a gauntlet meant to test everything you've learned throughout the game and really put your abilities to the test. You also fight the regenerators that are just as terrifying as the original, except they feel a bit faster, and now they really leap across the screen at you. Before long, you fight Krauser, then plenty more lengthy combat sections, now with the help of a helicopter pilot, before he tragically gets killed. Leon finally saves Ashley again, with the help of Ada, who is captured. Then you both finally get cured of the Las Plagas. There's a final showdown with Lord Sadler, who of course transforms into a huge bioweapon, and after taking him down with a rocket launcher, you escape by jet ski and ride off into the sunset with Ashley. And overall, I like the story told in the remake. Some of the characters are expanded in smart ways, like Luis and Krauser. I love that Luis gets to live longer, has a bit of a team up in the mine section with Leon. Also, introducing Krauser earlier feels like a good move for the plot, as he doesn't just appear in the final act. You know, and you're kind of like, who the hell is this guy? He has this history with Leon. In the original game, he just seemed to kind of come out of nowhere. Here they introduce him a lot earlier and give him a bit more characterization. The game also has a much stronger horror focus and like this real foreboding atmosphere at times. The cult aspects are also amplified here with a ton of creepy set pieces to explore. The order of things are a bit different at times, but it hits all the major points of the original, and what has changed is largely an improvement in my mind. Perhaps my only negative is I had grown attached to the old Ada voice actresses that they had used before, and I feel like the new one doesn't quite hit the mark for me.
Excellent.
It's not terrible, but it stood out among the rest of the cast, which I felt was really well done.
What are you planning to do with this?
Now let's talk about gameplay. The gameplay feels similar to the original, except everything feels a bit weightier, and the character has more momentum to his movement. Feels like there are more frames of animation that makes everything look better. It doesn't necessarily make it play better, though. It takes a bit of an adjustment, as the original feels a bit snappier and arcade-like, while the remake feels a bit slower paced. It makes the fights feel more tense, as you need to play a bit more deliberately and cautiously at times, where the original felt a bit more of a run-and-gun style. You do get a few moves, like being able to block and perform stealth kills with your knife, but now the knife will break down over time and has to be repaired. These elements can mostly be ignored, but it does add a few gameplay options to the old formula. Ashley is also a lot smarter in the remake and is less likely to randomly die or get in the way unless you accidentally shoot her, and then she will die almost instantly. The remake also mostly removes the QTE events from the original game, which was one of the few complaints I had in my review. The original game had just a ton of really intrusive and unnecessary QTE moments. The remake has just a couple, and most of them are like gameplay related, like dodging during a boss fight, that sort of thing, and they're not as intrusive, they're not as frequent, and you know, I think that's a marked improvement over the original. The game world feels much more fleshed out in the remake. Many of the areas feel larger, with more optional side content and more reasons to explore and backtrack. And there are just tons of secret treasures and resources spread around the game world, and it really encourages you to search every corner. The added merchant quests add to this and give you kind of a checklist to utilize when searching for these secrets, which is much more fleshed out than in the original. The game world also feels perfectly constructed, like everything fits together logically, and even when you pull up the map, you can see both in a gameplay sense, but also just in like a logical way how the world fits together in a realistic manner. Like this section connects to that section, and you look at your map, and it's great. I love the world and how it's all built out in this game. The game's also way scarier now. Nearly every area has been made more atmospheric and is covered with effects like smoke, fog, or rain. There are areas that are nearly completely dark, like the dungeons that you have to navigate by flashlight. And even the parasites popping out of the basic Ganado's mouth feels much more terrifying and threatening this time around. There are also a ton of little changes that I appreciate. Like when you sell your weapon, you get most of the resources back, even when the weapon's upgraded. In the original, I would hold off on upgrading until I unlocked certain weapons, and it really made the first few chapters a slog, but here you can upgrade as you go, sell your weapon, get most of those resources, and keep progressing. Now, there's no reason to avoid upgrading right away, as you can sell your weapon and get most of that money back. Though, now when you upgrade ammo capacity, it does not refill your weapon. I guess it balances certain weapons, but I really liked the kind of strategy it added to the upgrade system. Even the smaller systems, like combining treasure pieces, feels more interactive, getting bonuses depending on the type of gems that you insert. The game also introduces using the spinels as another currency to buy special items like the exclusive upgrade tickets, which goes a long way to giving you options to customize your personal playthrough and playstyle. And there are different cases you can buy that give you small bonuses to finding specific types of ammo or resources, and charms that you unlock in the shooting gallery that augment things, allowing you to really customize your playstyle the way you want. And there are a few cut elements here, like the U3 fight, the cable car segment, the silly laser room taken from the movie. The omission of these elements is sad, but the game really feels overstuffed already, and is generally as long, if not longer, than the original. Other areas feel a bit shorter, or at least better designed, like the island, and I think that's a welcome change, as I always felt like that was one of the weaker sections that just went on a little bit too long. And a few areas are expanded, like traveling around by boat in the village, that make up for the lost content. And this game does have just a ton of replayability. You have a fleshed out mercenaries mode, which is one of the best in the series. There's a second campaign that shows you the game from Ada's perspective. The New Game Plus mode is also well executed here, and it's so much fun to go back through again with your full arsenal from the very beginning and have an opportunity to finish upgrading and unlocking all the items. And overall, the game feels more difficult than the original. The encounters, especially towards the end, get absolutely ridiculous with the number of enemies and the variety sent at you. Nearly every enemy type has returned, but in most cases, they've been made more dangerous or more terrifying. Many of the enemies are more aggressive, like the Regenerators, or even just the normal Ganados. They rush at you faster and more frequently. And this game has some of the best action set pieces in the series, and really just in gaming in general. They build and get more and more intense, while still maintaining the scares and the terrifying atmosphere. And like the original, I think the gameplay here is pretty immaculate, and is perhaps the most compelling part of the game for me. Which is a bit of a conundrum, as the gameplay in the original and the remake most diverge from the classic Resident Evil formula. I think the game retains enough horror and resource management and exploration to not completely spill over just into basic action game territory like Resident Evil 6, but this is still the part of the series that started that downward trend. I think the remake actually improves this overall by making the combat more difficult and the encounters even more daunting. It makes you really count your shots and explore the world for resources. So final thoughts. This is one of my favorite games of all time. It excels in nearly every aspect, from the graphics and art to the gameplay and story. It takes what the original did and improves it and refines it, and adds a bit of the classic Resident Evil sauce to everything. And I love both the original Resident Evil 4 and the remake, and after replaying both of these games back to back, I believe there's value in playing both of these games today. The original has a bit more focus on action and can be less serious, almost silly, while the remake pushes more into the horror and atmosphere, while making the action more meaningful and the story more serious. I'm sure that I will be playing both of these games for years to come, and I really recommend these games to both Resident Evil fans and gamers in general. These are some of the best gaming experiences I've had in my life, and I've played a lot of games, so if you are curious about the Resident Evil series, this is certainly a good starting point. You don't need a lot of knowledge on the previous games, and they're just absolutely a blast to play today. So I'm going to end the video there, and with this video, I've now replayed the entire mainline Resident Evil series, and my next video will be my final thoughts and ranking of the entire series, which should be up in the next couple of weeks. I do want to thank you again for watching, and just have a great night, everybody. Hello and what's up, my friends? It is Thunder Bob here, and tonight we are going to continue my look back at the Resident Evil series. If you've been following along, you will know that in the last 3 months I've replayed the entire series and released a retrospective review for each title, weighing my memories of playing them all those years ago in my younger days, and then how they hold up today replaying them. Tonight we're going to go and take a look at all of those games that I've replayed in the last 3 months and rank them. And I'm going to give you my overall thoughts on each individual game, the series overall, and my hopes for the future of the franchise. Now, I want to emphasize this is my personal opinion here. and you probably have your own list, and I'd love to hear about it in the comments below. If you want to drop me a message with how you would rank each game in the series. I don't think there is a wrong opinion here, as different people want and expect different things from the series. For me personally, the list is basically two things. I'm weighing them on how enjoyable I found them, and how well they exemplify the classic Resident Evil formula. And to that end, I think we should discuss what I consider the core components of a good Resident Evil game. Resident Evil for me is a survival horror game first, and an action game second. It's not about the perspective you play in, tank controls, or even how much action is included in the game, but rather if it focuses on the right survival horror components. And I think the core components are exploration, horror, and resource management. Exploration for me is the first component. In the best games of the series, you're exploring a unique location, be it a single mansion, a police station, the streets of Raccoon City, a European village, whatever it is. It should start small, but slowly reveal itself as you progress. And as you explore different passages and secrets and puzzles and scares, it starts to reveal itself, and the world expands and the horror is exposed through the exploration. And speaking of horror, that's the second ingredient for me. A lot of the horror comes from the atmosphere of the location, and that is why that exploration element is so important. But there also needs to be a scary enemy, be it a zombie, the molded, the lichen, or whatever Capcom comes up with next. You need to be afraid that those enemies can kill you at any moment, that your character's alone, that a single mistake can mean your character is dead, perhaps with some lost progress as a consequence. And for me, the last element is resource management. Each game gives you different tools to overcome the horror, but it's important that they are limited. You never quite have enough, but through careful management of your resources, you can survive, thrive, and overcome the horror element. Now, I also want to briefly talk about my thoughts on the generations of Resident Evil. And I think this series falls into 3 distinct generations that all have different strengths and weaknesses. I think the golden era comes first and started with the original Resident Evil and ended with Resident Evil 0. This era started very strongly with the original trilogy and only had a few weaker titles, in my opinion, like Code Veronica and Resident Evil 0. These games all had fixed camera angles, similar controls, gameplay, and an emphasis on horror. And next up comes the Silver Era. This started strong with Resident Evil 4, but ended very weakly with Resident Evil 6. This era pushed much more into the action side of the series, and by the end basically gave up on horror completely, and nearly killed the franchise in my opinion. Finally, we have the modern era. This started with Resident Evil 7, and has continued through Resident Evil 4 Remake, and hopefully Requiem. These games feel like a merging of both eras. They have a strong sense of horror, but also push the action to a point. It feels like these games, in my opinion, have perfected the formula by respecting all of the games that came before them. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to go game by game in release order of all of the mainline games, including Code Veronica and both Revelation games. And we're going to start out with the original Resident Evil, released back in 1996. And this is the game that started everything. I love the atmosphere, but I feel like nearly every other element, from the combat to the puzzles to the story, are better presented in later titles. This game is still really special to me because, and I mentioned this in my retrospective video, I played this originally back in it was close to Christmas of 96. I didn't have any of the new generation consoles at the time. That was PlayStation 1, Saturn, Nintendo 64. And my parents basically said, hey, for Christmas, we're going to get you one of these things. Tell us what you want. And I convinced them to let me rent each of them on separate weekends. And when I rented the PlayStation, I got, I think it was Final Fantasy VII, and it was the original Resident Evil. And I played through the entire game in like a weekend, basically. And I played with it with my dad sitting on the couch behind me. And he was not a gamer, but I don't know, he was kind of fascinated by it, the horror and they had real actors in it, and it was much more cinematic, and it was a really cool experience. He was kind of guiding me through puzzles, and hey, you got to go back to that area, and it was just a really special experience. And I lost both my parents a couple years ago. They passed away 4 years ago now, but I still have that memory of playing this game with him, and I don't know, it's real special to me. But at the same time, I think every subsequent game was an improvement on this. Like, this kind of set everything in motion, but almost every element was improved later. So, I still want to put it high on my list because of the impact it has on the series and the genre and my personal connection with it. But I don't think I can put it in S. I'm probably going to have too many games in S as it is. And S is essentially like almost perfection. Like, S is essentially like, it exemplifies all of the Resident Evil core kind of attributes, and it's just perfect. Like, I had a smile on my face the entire time I was playing it, and the games that fall into that category, that's really what it is. It's like, every moment of this game, I enjoyed it. I had a smile on my face, even as I'm getting eaten by zombies. So, I'm probably going to put Resident Evil in the A tier. I think that's probably the appropriate place for that game. And next up, we have Resident Evil 2, which this is a pretty special one. I remember I didn't end up getting a PlayStation after that Christmas I was talking about. I got a Nintendo 64, which may or may not have been the right choice. You could tell me. But I missed out on Resident Evil 2 until it was ported to the Nintendo 64 a few years later. And I really love this game. This is a sequel that I think does everything right. It took the original formula and perfected it. The campaign's pretty short, but it does have this really cool zapping system where you play the campaign as, one character, Leon, and then when you come back as Claire, it changes things up in really interesting ways, in ways that even the remake couldn't capture, I think. And the game introduced a lot of iconic elements, like a lot of interesting enemies, like the Lickers are one of the best enemies and added to the entire series. Mr. X, though he's not really featured until your second playthrough in the original game, is a really cool addition, and like the first tyrant that's kind of like following you throughout the game. And it's got one of the best locations in the entire series with the police station, one of the most well realized and just one of the best areas of any Resident Evil game. And I think that's why this is the first game that would fall into the S tier for me. It's just about perfect. And it's just so much fun, and it really exemplifies all of the key Resident Evil components to me. And next up, we have Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, which I didn't actually play at release. I didn't have a PlayStation, like I mentioned, and I didn't, get to play this until it was ported to the GameCube a couple of years later. And by then, I kind of moved on to, I think I was playing like 0 and the Resident Evil Remake and 4, and it just didn't have a big impact on me at the time. So I don't have a lot of nostalgia for this game. Maybe that's why it doesn't go as high for me as some people. Some people are probably going to hate me for my thoughts on this. It's not a bad game. Playing through it back to back with 1, 2, and then 3, it kind of feels like a B team put this together, like the main team had moved forward to the next generation. Maybe they're working on Code Veronica or the remakes or 0. But it just, to me, it didn't hit quite the same note as 1 and 2. I do like that it's like you get to travel all over Raccoon City, and I mentioned this in the video, but I had like just thoughts before this came out, like how amazing would it be if you had a Resident Evil that just let you explore Raccoon City, and that's what this is. It just didn't quite come together for me. There's some annoying puzzles, and the backtracking just doesn't feel great to me. And Nemesis, the most unique aspect, is a bit overused. By the end, I wanted other bosses, and you basically just fight Nemesis over and over and over again, and the fights are not really changed much from fight to fight. This is the first game that had a mercenaries mode, which is a cool addition and was really well utilized in later titles. I feel like it's a little lackluster here, but it's nice that it's there. So overall, it's good, but it's not great. This is actually, I would put it in a B tier personally. It's still a great game, but it falls short of Resident Evil 1 and 2 for me. And then we come to Code Veronica, which is another one I feel like I'm going to get crucified for my opinions on this game. I feel like it's very polarizing. Either you love it or you don't. And I didn't play this again at release. I got the GameCube version, which I still have, which is worth a decent chunk of money. And I think playing it today, it's not my favorite Resident Evil. It takes everything from the original trilogy and increases the scale. But for me, it mostly fails. Going from the pre-rendered backgrounds to 3D, I think was a mistake, as the Dreamcast just didn't have enough power to really make that transition. The locations are large, but I found them frustratingly large. There's so much backtracking back and forth across that couple of early zones. And then when you finally move on to the next area, Antarctica, you end up replaying those first areas again as Chris. Like, I almost quit the game right there. I was like, I'm finally done with the prison. I'm in a new zone. And then they sent me back to the prison for 2 hours. And it wasn't even hard. Like, I've heard some people, there's a lot of areas where you can get stuck and locked. I didn't have any of those. I didn't really find it that difficult. There's a couple of annoying things like the moths towards the end that are just stupidly annoying. So it wasn't really difficult. It was just kind of a frustrating game, and not in like a Resident Evil frustrating, just like in you're making me backtrack back and forth and respawning all these enemies. And so for me, this is like the first kind of fail in the series. And it might be, I don't have nostalgia for either 3 or Code Veronica. I didn't play them till a few years later, and maybe if I had played this at the time, it would have been a new game on a new system. I think that's a lot of people that have these fond memories and put it real highly, or people that played it when the Dreamcast came out and it was like mind-blowing at the time. But I think today it doesn't hold up as well as some of the other titles. And now we're coming to some good stuff. Resident Evil Remake, one of my favorite remakes, one of my favorite games of all time. Resident Evil Remake is amazing. And it's kind of crazy. This game still looks amazing today. You think about, like, Resident Evil came out in, 96? And the remake was, 2002? So, like, in just a couple of years, you went from these really simple, basic backgrounds to almost photorealistic graphics. And today, playing, like, the remaster on PC, this game still looks great. And I think it takes basically everything from Resident Evil and improves it in almost every way. Add some new scares with the Crimson Heads, and it really amps up the difficulty. Even 20 years later, it's one of the best looking games in the series, and it really respects the original while making just a few smart changes to the formula. I'm going to put this in the S tier for sure. And next we come to Resident Evil 0, which I've got mixed feelings on this one. And I do want to just mention, these days, these games take so long to release. Resident Evil Remake came out, and then Resident Evil 0 came out the same year. There's only a 7-month gap between the release of these two games, which is insane. I think, obviously, there were different teams making these games, but the fact that they had 2 mainline Resident Evil games released on the GameCube 7 months apart is pretty crazy. Now let's talk about the game itself. This is the last fixed camera game, and it's probably the best looking. Those early train areas look incredible, and even better than the Resident Evil remake, especially the remastered version. They were able to, I think, improve a lot in that remaster. This game today still looks incredible. And this is one of the first games that really experimented with the formula. They added things like character switching. So you have 2 characters you're playing with all the time. You can hit a button and go back and forth. They also got rid of the item box completely. Now you just drop items wherever you want on the floor. And I think that these changes were largely negative on the whole. And I would probably rate this even lower, but I played with a PC box mod. So I'm playing on the PC, and there's a mod that lets you utilize the save spot as an item box, which just removes so much frustration from this game. And I would recommend, if you're playing this today, play with the item box mod. You'll have a much better experience. It's just, it's kind of mediocre overall. The villain is one of the worst in the series. It's just this anime wannabe guy that feels out of place. Billy's cool though and should be brought back. He just disappears in the forest and is never heard from again. I think it would be cool to bring him back. But overall, like, it's very front-loaded. The train station's really awesome, and then every other area is just not very well realized, and just feels like a rehash of previous areas. I still don't dislike it, so I'm gonna put this in the C tier. I think in my mind it's better than Code Veronica, which some people may hate me for saying this, but it does not reach like Nemesis kind of tier for me. And next up we come to Resident Evil 4, and this was the first game in the series to really shift from the traditional survival horror formula into a more action-oriented game. And I really love this game. I do think it started the shift into that action territory that culminated in Resident Evil 6, which is one of the worst games in the series. And I think like Resident Evil 4 was really massively successful and popular and reviewed well and sold well. And Capcom basically said like, oh, action is what we should be doing here. They didn't quite take the right lessons from the game, but this formula in this game, I think, was really utilized in 5, 6, and then in the later remakes and future games. Like it straddles the line between horror and action really well. It leans a little bit more into horror, but I love this game. This is, in the entire series, the game that I have replayed most. I've played the GameCube release at launch. I played the Wii launch. I played on PC. I've played the virtual reality version. I've played the HD mod more recently on PC. I love this game. Everything about it. I can't rave enough about it. It's still fun today. And I think the remake doesn't necessarily replace it. I think both of these games are worth playing today, and we'll talk about that more when I get over to the remake. But this is, for me, an S tier. No questions asked. And next up, Resident Evil 5, which I'm kind of mixed on as well. I remember being so hyped for this game back at release. I actually bought an Xbox 360 for it, and I even pirated, there was like a Japanese demo, and I pirated it and put it on a DVD just so I could play this demo, you know, before it was officially released in the US. I don't remember all the logistics of it, but I was so hyped for it. And then the game came out, and I remember I liked it. I didn't love it. And replaying it, I understand better why. There's like half of a great Resident Evil here. The first half is quite good with some solid encounters, you know, snappy pacing, scary moments. But the back half devolves into like a mediocre cover shooter that feels really out of place in the franchise. It's still fun as a co-op action game, but not really what I come to Resident Evil for. And the African setting is kind of nice, and early on it's well utilized, but it's really squandered by the end. And it really only matters to a few sections. By the end, it kind of devolves into these nondescript lab settings that a lot of the games I feel like kind of devolve into towards the end. I think this game is really ripe for a good remake. You know, take what works, and then kind of that last half of the game where it's just cover shooter and it's kind of annoying. You could pull back on that a little bit. So it's not a bad game. It's not a great game. It's definitely not in my A tier. It would fall into the B tier for me, kind of like in the Nemesis range. Yeah, that feels about right. And we've got the Revelations, the first Revelations game next. Overall, I enjoyed this game. I had not played it until, you know, just this initial playthrough. I kind of always thought it was just like a portable, like, spin-off, and, you know, wasn't a full Resident Evil experience, and I was wrong. This game goes hard. There's some encounters in this, some, like, lengthy gauntlet kind of sections that are just crazy, like Resident Evil 4 crazy, and but it still has a lot of that survival horror kind of aspect. Even though you can move and shoot at the same time, you move really slowly, and it's like a very exploration-based game. So it has like that classic Resident Evil sauce, but it has more of the modern kind of gameplay approach to it. I didn't love, there's like this thing where you change perspectives like every chapter, and you kind of lose momentum a lot, and there's some crazy characters. I'm trying to remember. Grinder and Jackass are two BSAA operatives that you play as for a lengthy couple of sections, and they're just a couple of jokers. I really want them to come back. Watch my review where I talk about it. But this is kind of a mid-range game for being a spin-off. It does a lot better than I would have thought, but it feels like probably right going in kind of like the B kind of section. You know, it's not top tier. It's not as bad as Zero. I enjoyed it more than Zero for sure. And I played the PC version. I'll mention that. I didn't play the 3DS version, so that might have changed my perspective on it. But the PC version I played, I'd put in the B tier. And next up, Resident Evil 6, which in my mind is the worst Resident Evil, but it's an okay action game. If I was just rating this as a game in general, like take out the Resident Evil, component of this completely, it would probably be like a C. It's a fine action game, a fine co-op game. It's not offensively bad. Early on, the gunplay I found kind of bad, but it kind of clicked with me, and by the end, I found it okay. I actually thought the story was pretty decent, like the characters they pick here and the combinations that they pick, and then how these stories all kind of converge on each other. And the story it tells, it's fine, but it's the gameplay and the constant QTE, the chase sequences, the overall frustrating cover shooting, that brings it really down in my mind. Like, this is the least Resident Evil game, in my opinion. And as far as rating it as a Resident Evil game, I gotta put it in the F category. There's no Resident Evil game that has hit the lows of this game. Now, if you're just looking for an action game to co-op with your buddy, it's like a C to me. But as a Resident Evil game, it is definitely an F. It fails in almost every regard. There's no exploration. You're just always chasing a marker on your screen. There's no resource management. You could basically just melee your way through the game. And it's not horrible, but it's not a Resident Evil game in my mind. And next up, we've got Resident Evil Revelations 2, which I really enjoyed. I even enjoyed this more than the first Revelations game. I think it's a better and more personal story of a father searching for his daughter, which hit pretty close to home. I've got an 8-year-old daughter, and I lost my parents, and I don't know, the story here really worked for me. The gameplay was a lot of fun. It has kind of that Resident Evil 0 thing where you got two characters, but it just works better. The AI for the other characters just that much improved, and you had like a skill tree, and it really worked well for me. And I liked the character combinations and the fact that they brought back some old classic characters. Barry, from the original Resident Evil, was really given his due for the first time, and I liked that he was like this father figure to almost all the other characters. And this one really worked for me. The gameplay, the story, the presentation. I think with a slightly bigger budget, this could have been a mainline game. And I think I had more fun with this one than a lot of mainline games. So if you kind of passed up the Revelation games because you thought that they weren't, mainline games, or they were portable games or whatever, you should check these out. And I'm going to put Revelations 2 in the A tier. I think that feels right for this game. And that leads us to Resident Evil 7. And I consider this probably the scariest game in the series. It's way more reserved and stripped down than Resident Evil 6, and it kind of feels like a response to that game. Like, that game had so much, 4 campaigns, 8 playable characters, so many set pieces and explosions and mechanics, and it almost feels like they said, you know what, we're going to try to go back to the roots. And they changed this to first person. So this is one of the games that most mechanically changed, but it feels almost more true to the classic Resident Evil formula. The exploration, the resource management, the horror. The horror is just put to the forefront here right from the beginning. Like the first 2 hours of this are some of the scariest, not just Resident Evil, some of the scariest game I've played ever. And, I think this game really figured out the formula that it feels like all the subsequent remakes and games since then have kind of followed. I mean, they've gone a little bit more further in the action side of things at times, but I think this kind of figured out how to take Resident Evil and make it a more modern game. The only real negative I can think of is kind of the limited replay value. There's no mercenary mode. There's not a good incentive to replay. Like, there's not really a true New Game Plus mode. There are some cool DLCs, and the price is really low on this one. Like, if I paid, $60, $70 at release and an 8-hour game, from that standpoint, I'd be a little disappointed. But you can get this game for $10 or $20 these days, and it is such a blast to play. Honestly, I think the pacing is perfect. It's just about a perfect game. I'm going to put this in the S tier mostly just for how scary and how much it feels like it goes back to those old school Resident Evil roots. And then we get to Resident Evil 2 Remake. This is another nearly perfect remake that both respects the original, but also modernizes and makes the game more approachable. The story has been updated, and the characters and the acting are all improved. Like the characters feel more like real people. The voice acting is a lot less silly than those original trilogy games. The graphics, the look of the game is just, it really was nearly perfectly translated. Like, you can, in a lot of cases, navigate the police station using your knowledge of that original game. Like, I know there are a few changes, but overall it's close enough that you can kind of move around and know where to go. There's some aspects here that I think the original did better. Like, the zapping system was better in the original. Like, you can replay this game multiple times, and there's like an A and B scenario, but the changes with each playthrough are much, much smaller than in the original Resident Evil 2, and I think that's kind of a miss. But they also change things up, like Mr. X is introduced in your first playthrough, which I think is, a lot of people may only play this game one time, and if Mr. X wasn't introduced to the second time, you would never see him. So I think in some regards it's better, but the zapping system was clearly better in the original game. But I still think this is almost a perfect remake. I love this game. It's so much fun. I've played through it a couple of times since release, and this would be another nearly perfect game. I have a smile on my face the entire time I'm playing it, and it really exemplifies all of those core Resident Evil components. It is also very scary. I think next to Resident Evil 7, this might be one of the scarier games in the series for me. And then we get to the Resident Evil 3 remake, which I think was kind of a miss. Like, of the modern era, I think this is the biggest failure. It's not bad, but it's not as good as the original Resident Evil 3. This is a very short game. It feels almost like an expansion to the Resident Evil 2 remake. It uses a lot of the same assets, some of the same locations, and it's super short. It's like 6 hours on your first playthrough with not a lot of reason to replay the game. They cut multiple areas from the original, like the clock tower and the graveyard, without adding much to compensate. And the game really focuses more on the action than the horror. Like, it doesn't go as hard as like Resident Evil 6, but it is very action focused with less emphasis on that exploration and the resource management side of things. And they cut so much. I almost wish they would like remake the remake. Like, you could keep what's here, but add in those missing couple of areas and take this from like a 6 hour to like a 9 hour game. I think would be a big improvement. So like, it's not straight up bad, and especially for the price. It's a really short game, and you can get this for like $10 these days. If you paid $60 for this, I'd put it in like the F tier. For 10 to 20 bucks, I'd say it's probably like in the C tier. Like, I probably had more fun than Code Veronica 6 or 0. But I don't think I enjoyed it as much as the original Nemesis 5. Yeah, C seems like the right spot for this game. And next up, we've got Resident Evil Village. which feels like a game that took the best aspects of Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil 7 and kind of like made them kiss and have a baby together, and it turned into this like eldritch abomination that just merges almost perfectly. It's got the Resident Evil 4 kind of gameplay feel to it. It's a lot more action-packed than 7, but it's still keeping that first-person perspective and a lot more focus on the horror than 4 did. And it has, a really good story, and I love how each area feels really distinct. It's got kind of like that Universal monster vibe where there's like, you got like an area that's full of werewolves, an area that's full of like Frankenstein monster kind of, and you got the vampire ladies, and each has a very like dark fairy tale feel to it. It feels very unique. It's almost like 4 distinct games pushed together. It really does push the action a lot more than 7, but it still maintains the feeling of Resident Evil with a lot of exploration, and resource management's pretty important. Just a ton of like hidden secrets all over the place. And between 7 and 8, I think Ethan gets the most complete story arc for any main character in the series. He's introduced and he saves his wife and he has a family and a daughter and ends up, having to sacrifice himself to save everybody. And there's DLC that shows what happens to his daughter, which I think chronologically is the furthest in the timeline that the Resident Evil has ever explored. And I think it's kind of funny, he's only been in 2 games, but he's got probably the most complete story arc out of any of the main characters in the series. I really do like this game. I think it falls just a little short of like 7. I know 7's a lot more scaled back, but I think 7 is like paced and built perfectly, and it doesn't quite hit that territory, but I think it still is an S for me. Like it would be, if you ask me from one day to the next, they'd probably be like it's an A or an S. It's like a low S, but not quite to an A. But yeah, that feels about right. I think it's still probably S territory for me. And last but not least, we got Resident Evil 4 Remake, which for me is nearly another perfect remake. It takes like nearly every element from the original and amplifies the things that work, and it corrects the few small mistakes that the original had, like the over-reliance on quick-time events in the original. It cut most of those out, and I think it improved the game by doing so. It takes the areas from the original and recreates them nearly perfectly, but also expands on them and improves the graphics and atmosphere immensely. The story is a bit more serious, a bit more grounded than the original, which had a lot of silliness. And I think the remake removes a certain amount of that silly campiness, for better or worse. You might really enjoy that aspect of the series. But I think it actually works here and makes the game a little bit scarier. And there's some changes to the story, like Lewis sticks around a lot longer and has a nice team up with Leon, which I think is a great change. And the gameplay has been updated a bit. It's a little slower paced, I think, because there's more like weight and momentum to your character now. You have to kind of play a little bit more deliberately than in the original. And the gameplay options have been expanded. You've got some stealth kill options. You've got the knife that you can now block attacks with. I think the gameplay systems have been improved. The weapons are more balanced. Things like when you upgrade a weapon and you sell it back, you keep the majority of those resources, makes it where you can start upgrading a lot earlier. And it just makes the early game a little bit less frustrating at times. And, I would say this is on par, if not ever so slightly better than the original. And I think the remake and the original are different enough that there's really still value in playing both of them. Like, they're both still great games. I think the remake, in my mind, it might be the one that I go to on my yearly basis, and then I replay the original maybe every 5 years or something, where it used to be I'd play 4 like once a year, it felt like. It's just a great remake. I could totally recommend either the original or the remake, but if you're a new player coming to the Resident Evil franchise, this might be a good starting point. It doesn't feel like you need a lot of knowledge of the previous games, and it is just a blast to play through. Yeah, totally love it. And I would put this into the S tier for sure. Okay, so that's the mainline series. I've got just a couple others down here. I've actually only played substantially the Dark Side Chronicles and the Umbrella Chronicles. So I'm going to throw those on here. I didn't do a retrospective for them, but I thought I would include those. I would put both of these games in the C tier. I love light gun games. I've got actually a decent amount of coverage on the channel of the Sinden light gun, and I've played these games with the Sinden light gun. I think they tell a decent story that kind of like encapsulates some of the previous games in interesting ways, and it's just a fun light gun Resident Evil game. These other 5 I do intend to go through. Actually, I think Umbrella Chronicles you can't play anymore, but the couple of spin-offs I haven't played through, I intend to actually go back, and maybe I'll do a video on them if I feel like it's worthwhile. But this is the entire mainline series, plus kind of the more meaningful spin-off games. I know it's a little top-loaded here, but all of these games I feel like are close to perfect. I play them and have just a smile on my face, and they really exemplify the things that I love about the series. Now, I just want to spend a minute talking about Requiem. That's the newly announced Resident Evil 9, and what I've seen on it looks really interesting. It seems like they're maybe going back and pushing the horror side of things from the little snippets of gameplay they've shown and some of the quotes I've read from the developers. It almost feels like they want to go back to kind of like the 7 kind of horror-focused, less action. We'll see how that plays out. I would actually like that. You know, the last couple have progressively got more and more action-packed from Resident Evil 7 and 2 Remake, which had action but not a ton of it, to Resident Evil 3 Remake and Village and 4. The action has really, if they keep going this trajectory, they could wind up in a 6 situation again, which I don't want. So I kind of hope maybe they pull back on the action just a little bit. You make it kind of a cross between, 7 and Village. Really focus on the horror, but keep the exploration, the resource management. Don't just make it a run-and-gun game. And I'm really hopeful for Requiem. I think it looks really good. I think making Ashcroft, who is the daughter of a character from Outbreak, from my understanding, that's an interesting pull. And I kind of hope they bring Leon back. There's been a lot of rumors that he's going to show up in the game. That would be very cool to maybe have like a final story, a final arc to his story. That would be an awesome ending point, maybe. Yeah, so we'll see where the future brings us. I'm very excited for it, and I will certainly do some coverage when it comes out, and probably another video with my thoughts on that game. So I'll end it there. I do want to thank you if you've watched my retrospectives, if you've liked, if you've dropped me a comment. Really appreciate everyone out there. I'm going to end the video. Again, thank you for watching, and have a good night, everybody.